Chapter 1624, Despair. Chapter 1624, Despair. Fufu. The God Clan leader sneered, "The two of you and more than 30 ancestral dragons alone think that you can stop the alliance of our primordial 6 races? The difference in strength between them was too great and there was no way to change the situation despite Man Fong rushing over." Long ran, Man Fong. Suddenly, the Witch Clan leader chuckled. "The two of you are truly interesting. Desolate Marshal is clearly a paragon of the human race. Yet, the two of you are the ones protecting his life instead of the patriarchs of the human race. Why go through the trouble? Ha ha." The Rakshasa clan leader grinned. "Patriarchs of the human race are all as cowardly as rats. They're so scared that they're hiding in the ancient battlefield and don't dare to come out at all. Patriarchs of the human race are nothing but food for us." The Bloodvine clan leader laughed as well. "These foods merely managed to take advantage of the situation during the ancient war. Do they really think they're qualified to be the masters of Tianhuang mainland? Long ran, these ancestral dragons are all top-tier experts of the dragon race." Wu Tian said with a fake smile, "Why do you have to send these ancestral dragons behind you to their deaths for the sake of a human? Instead of protecting a monster incarnate of their race, these human patriarchs want you dragons to die. What a joke." Wu Tian's words were more terrifying than any divine power. Although the dragons could risk their lives to protect the taboo dragon phoenix, they were not so determined to protect the Green Lotus true body. When he said that, the 30-odd ancestral dragons behind Long Ran revealed strange expressions as they exchanged glances, as though they were sending voice transmissions. "Clan leader, there's no need for us to risk our lives for Desolate Marshal's human clone, right?" "That's right. Desolate Marshal's human clone should be protected by the patriarchs of the human race." Some ancestral dragons began to grumble as well. Long Ran's expression was terrible. Patriarch Wu Hua took a deep breath and stood out, cupping his fists. "Everyone, the 10,000 race meet is held in Enigma Palace this time round. Can't we sit down and discuss it now that all of you experts have arrived?" The flames of war raged on Tianhuang mainland and blood flowed like rivers. Enigma Palace doesn't want to see the tragic scene of the ancient era repeat itself either. Before Patriarch Wu Hua could finish, a dark light streaked through the air. "Watch out!" The dragon phoenix true body exclaimed softly. Suddenly, a blood beam burst forth from the crowd. A gigantic head flew into the air. From its appearance, it was Patriarch Wu Hua of Enigma Palace. Earlier on, Patriarch Wu Hua was still speaking. However, in the blink of an eye, his head was severed. It was too fast. The Rakshasa clan leader had attacked. The combat strength of a perfected Mahayana Rakshasa was equivalent to comprehending 2 supreme divine powers. Even ordinary emperors of the human race would die here, let alone the early-stage Mahayana Patriarch Wu Hua. He was completely defenseless. The dragon phoenix true body merely managed to sense danger with his terrifying spirit perception. However, Patriarch Wu Hua did not manage to react the entire time. Poof! A gigantic blood vine tore through the air and pierced Patriarch Wu Hua's head, splattering blood everywhere. Before Patriarch Wu Hua's essence spirit could escape, it was killed by the Bloodvine clan leader. Patriarch Wu Hua's corpse fell with a thud. The crowd was in an uproar. It was only now that the living beings of the 10,000 races reacted. The Rakshasa clan leader laughed menacingly. "How can the human race negotiate peace with our primordial 6 races? You guys are just a bunch of ants. What rights do you have? Fufu." The Bloodvine clan leader laughed as well. "The emperors of the human race are all a bunch of rats that hide in the ancient battlefield and don't dare to come out. Do you still expect to negotiate with our primordial 6 races? Audacious. Emperors are not to be humiliated." The patriarchs of Enigma Palace could not help but holler. Many cultivators were furious as well. No matter what, emperors of the human race had an extremely noble status in the cultivation world and must not be humiliated. But now, the dignity of the emperors were trampled mercilessly by the primordial 6 races. The Heavenly Eye clan leader opened his heavenly eye and a beam of light burst forth, piercing a human patriarch instantly. The body of the human patriarch exploded into a blood mist. He died on the spot with his essence spirit destroyed. The witch clan leader chanted an incantation secretly as well. A human patriarch's gaze suddenly froze and his expression stiffened. The life force in his body decreased as he collapsed stiffly. Although there were no injuries on the body of the human patriarch, his essence spirit was already dead. A wisp of green mist floated out from the top of his head towards the witch clan leader. The witch clan leader opened his mouth slightly and swallowed the mist. He smacked his lips and sighed. Truly too weak. Perhaps it might be interesting if I devour the essence spirit of a human emperor. Just like that, 3 human patriarchs died in succession. Mahayana patriarchs of the human race were almost at the peak of the cultivation world. However, in the hands of these primordial race clan leaders, they were like ants. They could be crushed with ease. Long ran. The witch clan leader smiled gently. There are so many humans. Is the dragon race going to protect all of them? The golden crow clan leader flapped his wings and grabbed a human patriarch in midair, tearing him into pieces as he sneered. Does the dragon race want to join forces with the human race? Ha ha ha. Interesting. The dragon race wants to join forces with a group of ants. Long Ran was silent. Man Feng sent a voice transmission. Long Ran, should we give up? The fortune of the human race is depleted in this generation. There's no way we can defend against the rise of the primordial races. This is the fate of the human race. The eyes of many cultivators spewed with rage. However, at that moment, no one could step forward. Even human patriarchs could not defend against a single move from the clan leaders of the primordial races. If they stood out, they would only be sending themselves to death. Angry? A Rakshasa patriarch sneered, there's no use getting angry. The human emperors of this generation are all trash. Many cultivators were silent. Although the dignity of the human race was trampled mercilessly by the primordial races, no emperors of the human race appeared. The anger in the eyes of many cultivators gradually disappeared, turning into disappointment, sadness, and finally confusion. So what if emperors of the human race were here? Ordinary emperors of the human race could not defend against the experts of the primordial races at all. More importantly, the emperors of the primordial races had yet to appear. If emperors of the primordial races appeared, who could defend against them? Perhaps, the emperors of the human race had already given up on the human race of Tianhuang mainland. Perhaps, the emperors of the human race were already prepared to undergo tribulations in the ancient battlefield and leave this land. Perhaps, this was the fate of the human race. Cultivators of the major sects and factions stood in Enigma Palace with dull gazes and deep despair in their eyes. Only the dragon phoenix true body clenched his fists. He did not believe that all emperors of the human race would abandon all living beings in the world. Someone would definitely step forward. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled. Chapter 1625, Divine Power Ranking. Chapter 1625, Divine Power Ranking. Suddenly, a gigantic crack appeared in the firmaments of Enigma Palace and blinding golden light burst forth from within, enveloping the entire heaven-expanding mountain rain. An extremely terrifying might descended. Even the clan leaders of the primordial races present were shocked. The aura of an emperor? Impossible. How does the human race possess such a powerful emperor? The clan leaders of the primordial races were astonished and looked up instinctively. A gigantic scroll dozens of feet long flew out from the crack and shone with a golden light. There were even names that appeared faintly on the scroll. The dozens of feet long scroll hovered above Enigma Palace like an emperor descending personally with a rampant might that suppressed the 8 desolate. Even the experts of the primordial races were pale beneath the gigantic scroll. Divine Power Ranking. Some patriarchs of Enigma Palace exclaimed in joy. The divine power ranking had descended. The experts of the primordial races narrowed their eyes and channeled their blood chi to defend against the might of the divine power ranking with ferocious gazes. The divine power ranking was a ranking list in the ancient battlefield and was established by Fairy Ling Long. However, it was refined by the human emperor personally. The divine power ranking was a true emperor weapon. The divine power ranking had always been guarding the ancient battlefield. Apart from the fact that there was an extremely powerful seal in the ancient battlefield, another reason why the experts of the primordial races could not enter the ancient battlefield was also because of the existence of this divine power ranking. Ever since the ancient war, the divine power ranking had never left the ancient battlefield. Nobody expected the divine power ranking to leave the ancient battlefield and descend in Enigma Palace at such a juncture. The dragon phoenix true body was invigorated and thought to himself, could this be the trump card of Enigma Palace? Right from the beginning, the storyteller had not appeared. The dragon phoenix true body believed that even if all the emperors abandoned the human race, the storyteller would definitely not. How dare a lousy ranking try to suppress our primordial 6 races? How laughable. A Rakshasa patriarch hollered and his figure flashed. The wings behind his back extended and he transformed into a dark light. Wielding 2 sabers in his hands, he charged towards the divine power ranking. Buzz. The divine power ranking vibrated and released a streak of golden light that struck the dark light. The figure of the Rakshasa patriarch appeared instantly. Right in front of everyone, the Rakshasa patriarch's body exploded into a blood mist. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The Rakshasa patriarch was a late-stage Mahayana. His strength was equivalent emperors of the human race who had comprehended a single supreme divine power. However, that Rakshasa patriarch was sliced into a blood mist by a golden beam of light from the divine power ranking. Swoosh! The essence spirit of the Rakshasa patriarch flew out and channeled blood rebirth to swiftly form his body with lingering fear. It was lucky that he reacted fast enough. Otherwise, he might have been killed by the golden light earlier on. Buzz! The divine power ranking vibrated once more. Another golden light descended. The Rakshasa patriarch had just conjured his body. However, before he could react, he was pierced by the golden light. His body shattered and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. A late-stage Mahayana Rakshasa patriarch was dead. Many cultivators cheered with excitement in their eyes. They had been suppressed by the auras of the patriarchs of the primordial races for too long and could barely breathe. Now that the emperor weapon, the divine power ranking, had descended, they were invigorated. A bunch of ants. What are you shouting for? A bloodvine patriarch was enraged and channeled hundreds of blood vines that charged towards the cultivators of the major sects. Buzz! The divine power ranking shook and golden lights shone down. The golden lights rained down densely and enveloped the experts of the primordial 6 races with an extremely terrifying aura. Bang! 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 Many patriarchs of the primordial races released their dharmic treasures hurriedly and channeled their blood chi, releasing their divine powers to fight against the golden light. The void trembled. Some of the primordial races could not defend against it and were killed on the spot by the golden light of the divine power ranking. Although some of the patriarchs of the primordial races managed to avoid the calamity, their bodies were pierced by the golden light as well. Their essence spirits escaped and they had to restructure their bodies once again, causing them to turn frightfully pale. The primordial 6 races were in chaos. The dragon phoenix true body was excited as well when he saw that. The red-headed ghost said sternly, someone should be controlling the divine power ranking. If I'm not wrong, it should be an emperor of your human race. Yes. Man Feng nodded. The attacks by the divine power ranking were clearly targeted and did not aim us. The power of the divine power ranking is way too strong. Long Ran sensed for a moment and suddenly said, I reckon that 10 emperors are required to control this emperor weapon. Unfortunately, this divine power ranking alone is not enough. Man Feng shook his head gently. The divine power ranking shook continuously and rays of golden light descended. The clan leaders of the primordial 6 races joined forces and channeled their innate divine powers to defend against most of the attacks. They were already on par with the divine power ranking and were not disadvantaged. The Golden Crow clan leader said coldly, no wonder the emperors of the human race did not appear. They were hiding in the dark and summoned that emperor weapon. Compete. The Witch clan leader sneered, this emperor weapon was left behind by the human emperor back then. The emperors of the human race in this generation are not strong enough to control it. Let's see how long more you emperors of the human race can last. The clan leaders of the primordial races joined forces and counterattacked, releasing powerful divine lights that struck the divine power ranking continuously. The glow on the divine power ranking trembled, and its power did not seem as terrifying as before. Right then, a phantom appeared above the divine power ranking. It was filled with an ancient aura and had its back facing the living beings of the 10,000 races. When they saw that back view, the experts of the primordial races shuddered with bewildered expressions, as though they had seen something extremely terrifying. This aura. Right then, the figure turned back slowly and glared at the experts of the primordial 6 races. Its eyes were deep and contained a supreme will. The moment the figure turned back, silence ensued. The eyeballs of the experts of the primordial 6 races constricted violently. Many late-stage Mahayana experts of the primordial races were so scared that they could not control their bodies and fell from midair, smashing heavily onto the ground. Even Long Ran and Man Feng shuddered, and their eyes were filled with endless shock as they murmured, "Eternal human emperor." The dragon phoenix true body looked at the phantom as well with disbelief in his eyes. He had seen drawings of the human emperor in many ancient books. But now, the eternal human emperor had truly appeared before him and was 10,000 times more shocking than the drawings. Many cultivators knelt down emotionally. Thud. Thud. The human cultivators were not the only ones. The living beings of the 10,000 races knelt on the ground as well. The primordial 6 races could not withstand the pressure of the human emperor's phantom either and knelt on the ground. Chapter 1626, Might of the Human Emperor. Chapter 1626, Might of the Human Emperor. This was only a phantom after all, and was definitely not the true body of the eternal human emperor. Even so, the phantom was indomitable and looked down on all life. Its gaze was deep and contained the incomparably powerful might of an emperor. That pressure was definitely not something that an emperor of the human race who had comprehended 2 or 3 supreme divine powers could release. This was the true might of the human emperor. The human emperor ruled over the emperors. Against the might of the human emperor, be it the emperors of the human race or the primordial races, all of them had to bow down. The descent of the divine power ranking alone was not enough to suppress the experts of the primordial 6 races. However, after the human emperor's phantom appeared, even the clan leaders of the primordial 6 races revealed endless fear in their eyes and shuddered. That phantom awakened the fear in the depths of the memories of the experts of the primordial races. In the ancient books of the primordial races, there were also many legends about the eternal human emperor. For the primordial races, the eternal human emperor was even more terrifying than the taboos. In the ancient war back then, the human emperor suppressed the emperors of the primordial races and managed to turn the tides single-handedly. To the primordial races, the eternal human emperor was a nightmare that could not be dispersed. Even though experts of the primordial races had never seen the human emperor or fought him in this generation, their fear of him had long seeped into their souls. Thud. Thud. The experts of the primordial races knelt on the ground with frightened expressions. Among the primordial races, the only ones who could stand were the clan leaders. How could this be? That's the aura of the eternal human emperor. There's no mistake about it. The minds of the clan leaders of the primordial races were in chaos and their faces were pale. Although they could still stand, they did not dare to look up at that tall and honorable figure, let alone meet his gaze. The human emperor isn't dead. The human emperor was a supreme expert of the ancient era, and it had been a long time since then. To think that the human emperor would still be alive. More importantly, the commotion of the 10,000 race meet seemed to have alarmed the human emperor such that a phantom descended and shocked the world. Although it was just a phantom, nobody dared to act rashly. Throughout history, everyone feared the might of the human emperor. In a palace in the depths of Enigma Palace, 6 figures sat in a lotus position within and channeled their essence spirits. They exuded a powerful aura and the might of emperors emanated. They were 6 emperors of the human race. One of them was the storyteller of Enigma Palace. Apart from the storyteller, the robes of the other 5 emperors were different. It was clear that they came from different sects. Beside the 6 emperors stood a pale-faced, beardless grey-robed cultivatorate was Lin Xuanji. At that moment, the 6 emperors channeled their essence spirits at the same time and released secret skills through the void, controlling the divine power ranking above Enigma Palace. The divine power ranking was brought out of the ancient battlefield by the storyteller and the others. The 6 emperors were pale and drenched in sweat, trembling slightly. The divine power ranking was an emperor weapon refined by the human emperor. Under normal circumstances, it would require at least 10 emperors of the human race to control the divine power ranking. Although the human race was weakened and their fortune was weak in this generation, there were still around 30 emperors. However, not every emperor was willing to abandon their lives and choose to fight against the primordial 6 races with no reservations. All of them had already cultivated to the realm of emperors. A single step more and they would be able to leave Tianhuang mainland. However, they had no chance of winning against the primordial races. If they were severely injured, there would definitely be no hope of them passing the tribulation transcendence. If they were to die in this battle, their years of cultivation would be destroyed overnight. It was easy to make a choice between which was more important. Actually, even in the ancient era, not all emperors could gather and fight against the primordial races. It was only because the eternal human emperor appeared out of nowhere and shocked Tianhuang mainland with his supreme combat strength that the emperors were able to join forces. In this generation, the storyteller clearly did not have the prestige of the eternal human emperor. Even so, over these few years, there had been 5 emperors of the human race who were willing to stand out and fight for the faint hope of the human race. The storyteller knew very well that if the human race were to fight against the primordial races in this generation, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat without any chance of winning in this 10,000 race meet. There were only 6 emperors added together. The moment they appeared, they would definitely be surrounded by emperors of the primordial races. That was the reason why the storyteller imparted this secret skill to the 5 emperors so that they could summon the divine power ranking together to suppress the strong foes. It was an extremely immense burden for the 6 emperors controlling the divine power ranking. They were already at their limits holding out against the experts of the primordial races for a moment. If they were to continue controlling the divine power ranking forcefully and release their divine powers, the essence spirits of the 6 emperors might crack first, leading to severe injury. Lin Xuanji rubbed his hands at the side, looking anxious but unable to help. Right then, a commotion happened above Enigma Palace as a gigantic phantom descended. It looked down at the world and its might swept through the 9 heavens, causing the world to tremble. When they saw that phantom, the storyteller and the other emperors shuddered and almost cried emotionally. Eternal human emperor! Could the human emperor have sensed the danger of the human race and released his immortal tracks to descend upon Tianhuang mainland to save all living beings? That must be the case. The human race is saved. The emperors were emotional and soared into the air. Something's not right. Right then, the storyteller gradually calmed down and shook his head. Indeed, that's the phantom of the human emperor. However, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. How can it be unrelated to the human emperor? An emperor shouted, "I can sense that the aura released by that phantom is the aura of the eternal human emperor. Apart from the human emperor, who else can conjure his figure with an identical aura? Who else apart from the human emperor can release that might and bearing?" The other emperors nodded as well. Something's still not right. The storyteller frowned slightly and shook his head. The aura released by that phantom is identical to the eternal human emperor. However, it doesn't seem to have the Tao and Dharmic techniques of the human emperor. Furthermore, if the human emperor had truly appeared, he would have suppressed the primordial races a long time ago. Why would he stand there motionlessly? The emperors frowned as well. Although the human emperor's phantom descended with an incomparably powerful might that shocked the 10,000 races, he did not attack the entire time. That was indeed strange. However, if not for the methods of the human emperor, who could conjure the phantom of the human emperor? Furthermore, it's so realistic that even its aura is identical. An emperor asked. The storyteller pondered for a moment. There's a treasure that can indeed cause such a scene. Ever since the ancient era, the human emperor's palace has appeared 8 times. In its 8th appearance, which occurred in this generation, The successors were Desolate Marshal and the Pure Maiden of the Fiend sects, Ji Yaoyang. When the human emperor's palace descended for the 7th time around 40,000 years ago, a treasure that was passed down in it was the human emperor's mirror. Chapter 1627, Shattering the Phantom. Chapter 1627, Shattering the Phantom. Human emperor's mirror? The emperors frowned slightly in deep thought. One of the emperors said, "I've heard of that treasure before. You mean to say that the successor of the human emperor's palace summoned the human emperor's mirror and conjured the phantom of the human emperor above Enigma Palace? That's possibly a euro." The storyteller paused for a moment and changed the topic. However, the successor who obtained the human emperor's mirror 40,000 years ago should be dead. Who is that? The titular disciple of Daming Monastery, Monk Daming. Oh, him. He has indeed died for many years. An emperor continued, "In that case, this treasure must have fallen into the hands of others by some freak coincidence." Another person said, "No matter who is in control of the human emperor's mirror, the fact that he's able to stand out to help the human race at this critical juncture shows that he's much stronger than the emperors who hid themselves. I'm worried about something else." The storyteller said worriedly, "Since it's a phantom conjured by the human emperor's mirror, it means that there's no combat strength at all. If I can see through it, the emperors of the primordial races can as well." The sudden descent of the human emperor's phantom suppressed the primordial races for the time being. However, nobody knows how long this situation can last. Sigh. Another emperor sighed. "Any bit of delay counts, I guess. What if emperors of the primordial races descend?" Another emperor suddenly asked. Instantly, the hall fell into silence. A moment later, the storyteller smiled, as though he had made up his mind about something, and beckoned to Lin Xuanji. "From now on, you'll be this generation's storyteller." "Old man, you a euro." Lin Xuanji had already realized something and seemed like he wanted to persuade. However, he was interrupted by the storyteller before he could finish. "There's no need to say more. I've already made up my mind. This might be the last hope of the human race." A euro. Enigma Palace. The living beings of the 10,000 races knelt on the ground with frightened expressions, not daring to look at the figure in the skies. On the other hand, the clan leaders of the primordial races could stand and channel their blood chi to defend against the powerful might of the human emperor's phantom. This phantom of the human emperor. However, after a while, the red-headed ghost stole a glance and frowned slightly, as though he sensed that something was amiss. The emperors of the primordial 6 races looked up as well. The human emperor isn't dead. The human emperor was the one who sensed the danger of Enigma Palace and revealed his clone to descend on Tianhuang mainland. The descent of the divine power ranking was done by the human emperor. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd, causing an uproar. Initially, the living beings of the 10,000 races were at a loss as to what was up with the phantom of the human emperor. That voice lit up the hearts of the living beings of the 10,000 races. The clan leaders of the primordial races were shocked. Initially, they thought that the divine power ranking was done by the emperors of the human race. However, they did not expect that it was done by the human emperor. In the crowd, only the dragon phoenix true body became suspicious when he heard the voice. That was because he could tell that it was Lin Xuanji's voice. What Lin Xuanji said was definitely not the truth. Right then, Lin Xuanji changed his position and hollered with an altered voice, "How dare all of you? Why aren't you kneeling down upon the sight of the human emperor?" Perhaps because it heard Lin Xuanji's words, the majestic figure in midair actually moved and took a step forward. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled. A supreme divine might descended and the divine power ranking shone with divine lights once more. The clan leaders of the primordial races raised their heads instinctively. When they met with the human emperor's gaze, their expressions changed and they were scared out of their wits. Against the aura and pressure of the human emperor, they could not withstand it at all and knelt on the ground one after another. Even the red-headed ghost and Man Feng knelt down. The ferocity of the human emperor was way too immense. Even after countless years, nobody dared to underestimate a phantom that appeared. If that phantom inherited the Tao and Dharmic techniques of the human emperor, It could probably kill all the experts of the primordial races present with a single finger. Who dares to say that the human race isn't qualified? Lin Xuanji roared. The reason why peace could not be negotiated at the 10,000 race meet was because in the hearts of the primordial 6 races, none of them accepted the human race as a qualified opponent. In the eyes of the primordial 6 races, humans were ants and were not qualified. But now that the human Empress Phantom had appeared and arrived at Enigma Palace, all the experts of the primordial races that mocked the human race earlier on had to kneel on the ground. Lin Xuanji knew when to stop and did not continue pushing. In a flash, he arrived beside the Dragon Phoenix true body. Brother Lin, were you the one who created this phantom of the human emperor? The Dragon Phoenix true body asked with a voice transmission. No. Lin Xuanji shook his head gently. I don't think it will be able to hold out for much longer. It can only delay a while more at most. Right then, a cold harumph sounded from the void. A figure that was filled with a resplendent divine light appeared in the skies of Enigma Palace out of thin air, facing the phantom of the human emperor with an extremely terrifying aura. The figure's golden blood chi surged and his body shone with a divine light like a god that could not be ignored. An emperor of the god race. The commotion at Enigma Palace had finally provoked an emperor of the god race. Even the most ordinary emperors of the primordial races were equivalent to emperors of the human race who had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers in terms of strength. His actual combat strength was even more terrifying. It's over. When Lin Xuanji saw that, he grimaced. I'm afraid we won't be able to fake it any longer. The emperor of the god race faced off against the human empress phantom without any fear and was not disadvantaged in terms of aura. Stop acting. The god race emperor glared at the human empress phantom for a long time. After ensuring that there was no danger, he sneered and attacked all of a sudden. Boom. He arrived before the phantom of the human emperor and punched out, shattering it. Many cultivators turned over instinctively. They watched helplessly as the majestic figure of the human emperor was shattered into nothingness by a single punch from the god race emperor. The hearts of many cultivators sank gradually. The light in their eyes gradually dimmed as well. That punch seemed to have shattered the final hope of the human race. How embarrassing. The god race emperor looked down at the many primordial races kneeling and hollered, "All of you, stand up. To think that you would be scared to such an extent over a trick meant to confuse you guys." Although he said that, in reality, he was shocked the moment the human empress phantom descended and almost knelt on the ground as well. The moment the human empress phantom shattered, in a secret cave in the heaven-expanding mountain range, a man with long hair swayed and grunted. Sigh. The long-haired man sighed gently and his long hair swayed, revealing a blood scar on his glabella. He lowered an ancient mirror in his hands slowly and murmured, "I've already tried my best. The rest is up to fate." Chapter 1628, Battle of Emperors. Chapter 1628, Battle of Emperors. The skies above Enigma Palace. When the emperor of the god race descended, the 10,000 races submitted in reverence. Many cultivators were in despair. Enigma Palace had already caused such a huge commotion and even brought out the divine power ranking from the ancient battlefield. Even the phantom of the human emperor was revealed, but it was shattered mercilessly by the god race emperor. Was the human race going to be suppressed by the primordial 6 races in this generation after all? Was the human race going to return to the tragic times of being enslaved by the primordial 6 races as food in the primordial era? Greetings, Howling World God Emperor. Many god race experts shouted. The Howling World God Emperor walked down slowly from the firmament step by step. However, no one dared to rush him with impatient expressions. He harumphed coldly, "You guys sure are capable. All of you ended in such a sorry state and failed to even suppress a group of human ants." Howling World God Emperor. The God Clan leader pointed at the red-headed ghost hurriedly. "It's not that we're useless, it's that the dragon race stepped in and created a massacre. Otherwise, we would have suppressed those humans long ago." Dragon race. The gaze of the Howling World God Emperor shifted to the red-headed ghost and he said slowly, "Since the dragon race is determined to wage war against the primordial 6 races, that's fine. Today, I'll destroy your dragon race first. The red-headed ghost shook his head with a mocking expression. A mere 10,000 race meet caused such a huge commotion that even emperors were alarmed. Primordial 6 races, how many more emperors do you guys have left in the vicinity? Why don't you all show yourselves? Since I'm here, there's no need for any other emperors of the primordial 6 races to appear. The Howling World God Emperor said indifferently. I alone am enough to sweep through all the emperors of the human race. I'll kill anyone who dares to come forth. The tone of the Howling World God Emperor was filled with immense confidence as he declared proudly, today, even the sacred ground of the human race, Enigma Palace, will have to submit to me. It was dead silent throughout Enigma Palace. Nobody dared to refute or question him. The god race definitely had more than one emperor. The Howling World God Emperor was not the strongest emperor in the god race either. Even so, his combat strength was enough to suppress all the emperors of the human race and nobody could go against him. Many cultivators lowered their heads with lost expressions. They knew in their hearts that from this day forth, the human race might very well return to the dark period of the primordial era. There was a high chance that the outcome of the human race would be even worse because of the ancient war. How arrogant! Right then, an old voice sounded. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. Someone actually dared to say something like that against the powerful might of the Howling World God Emperor. Who was qualified to do that? Even the mystic emperor of this generation's human race might not dare to use such a tone to converse with the Howling World God Emperor. The gaze of the Howling World God Emperor focused as he said coldly, who was the one who spoke? Get the hell out. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a deafening boom shook the entire heaven-expanding mountain range. The living beings of the 10,000 races could not steady themselves and their bodies swayed. A gigantic crack appeared on the ground of the heaven-expanding mountain range, emitting a terrifying and ancient aura. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, a gigantic divine dragon charged out from beneath the heaven-expanding mountain range. Shrugging its body that was thousands of feet long, countless gravel fell and dust billowed. The divine dragon hovered above Enigma Palace and released a shuddering supreme divine might that even suppressed the aura of the Howling World God Emperor. An emperor of the dragon race. This is. The dragons widened their eyes in disbelief. Even they did not know that such a terrifying divine dragon was sleeping beneath Enigma Palace. Little Fatty, Demonis G, and the others naturally knew about it. Back when they fought outside Enigma Palace, this old dragon appeared once. However, the divine dragon looked a little old and had lived for a long time. Although its beard had turned white, its eyes still shone brightly with a divine light. Who are you? The Howling World God Emperor frowned as well and hollered. The lifespan of the dragon race was even longer than the god race. Even with the experience of the Howling World God Emperor, he could not recognize this old dragon. You don't have to know who I am. The old dragon said slowly, all you have to know is that as long as I'm still in Enigma Palace, you have to be obedient, let alone flatten Enigma Palace. Although the old dragon's tone was calm, its words were even more domineering than the Howling World God Emperor. Old thing, your blood chi is weak. How much lifespan do you have left? The Howling World God Emperor sneered, let me advise you to return and lie down obediently. Don't be a busybody, otherwise, your old bones are going to fall apart. Hee. The old dragon laughed as well. If it was your heavenly god emperor of the god race, he might be qualified to say that to me. Kid, you're far from that. The face of the Howling World God Emperor darkened. As an emperor, he naturally felt humiliated when someone referred to him as a kid in front of everyone. Old thing, he said slowly, mind your words, don't force me to kill a dragon personally. Is that so? The old dragon sighed gently. It's been many years since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Before his sentence was finished, the old dragon swayed its body that was thousands of feet tall and suddenly swooped down. An incomparably tragic aura surged over as a huge shadow descended and the expression of the Howling World God Emperor changed. He did not dare to be careless and channeled his blood chi hurriedly. Stomping his feet on the ground, he leaped up and charged towards the old dragon. Boom. The Howling World God Emperor and the old man collided with a loud bang. Heaven and earth trembled. The living beings of the 10,000 races retreated continuously away from the battlefield. The aftershock of the power released by the two emperors was enough to crush all living beings into dust. Even Mahayana patriarchs would have difficulty coming out alive if they were embroiled by accident. Bang! Right after, under countless gazes, a figure smashed onto the ground, creating a huge pit with dust and gravel flying everywhere. In that head-on clash, the Howling World God Emperor was the one disadvantage. To think that there would be such a powerful emperor in our dragon race. An ancestral dragon said softly, "Why haven't we heard of this old dragon before? This old dragon is probably even older than your grandpa." The red-headed ghost pondered for a moment. "I'm guessing that he's an expert from the same generation as the Chen Dragon Emperor of our dragon race." The dragons were alarmed. The Chen Dragon Emperor was an ancient name and a powerful existence that even many dragons did not know about. However, many ancestral dragons knew that the Chen Dragon Emperor was the strongest emperor in this generation's dragon race. The Heavenly God Emperor of the God race, Golden Crow Fire Emperor of the Golden Crow race and the Hell Witch Emperor of the Witch race were the strongest emperors in this generation. However, the Chen Dragon Emperor was an existence who could go against the three of them. Chapter 1629, Coexistence of the 10,000 Races. Chapter 1629, Coexistence of the 10,000 Races. Boom! The human-shaped pit exploded and the Howling World God Emperor charged out. He channeled his bloodline phenomenon and created a gigantic pyramid, charging towards the old dragon. Bang! The old dragon swayed its thick dragon tail that was filled with dragon scales and whipped the bloodline phenomenon of the Howling World God Emperor heavily, shattering it. The Howling World God Emperor shuddered and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Swoosh! The old dragon's claws descended and its sharp claws sliced through the void a few times, grabbing towards the head of the Howling World God Emperor. A divine light shone on the finger of the Howling World God Emperor and a gigantic golden shield flew out from his storage ring. Clang! In a flash, the Howling World God Emperor channeled his divine power and triggered the power of the gigantic golden shield, sending forth divine lights above his head. The dragon claws and gigantic golden shield collided with a metallic sound. Buzz! Buzz! The old dragon's sharp claws swiped across the gigantic golden shield, leaving white scars and ear-piercing sounds. The living beings of the 10,000 races revealed pained expressions and clutched their ears at the sound of that. Right then, the old dragon reared its head and roared. Roar! Although the dragon roar was extremely old, it contained a terrifying sound domain power that shook the world and reverberated relentlessly. Thankfully, the living beings of the 10,000 races covered their ears in advance. Otherwise, that dragon roar would have injured many of them. The Howling World God Emperor frowned and felt an unbearable pain in his ears as blood flowed out. The divine blood in his body surged and rumbled as he suppressed the pain swiftly and stopped the bleeding. Slay! He summoned a golden sword and slashed casually, releasing an extremely terrifying divine power that slashed towards the old dragon's neck. The old dragon's body was thousands of feet long and possessed terrifying strength. However, given its massive body, it was definitely not as agile. It was impossible for the old dragon to avoid the slash completely. The old dragon had a calm expression as it swayed its dragon head slightly. The pair of dragon horns on its head blocked the golden sword. Clang! The golden sword stood on the dragon horns and bounced high instead of cutting in. The palm of the Howling World God Emperor was torn and fresh blood dripped. He nearly lost his grip on the golden sword and it flew from his hand. A divine light burst forth from the old dragon's eyes and it charged towards the Howling World God Emperor. Visual technique. When released by the old dragon, the visual technique contained a powerful divine power that tore through the void and arrived instantly. God's Eye. W.A. The Howling World God Emperor's reaction was extremely fast as two blinding golden beams shot out from his eyes, colliding against the old dragon's visual technique. The two visual techniques collided and released a resplendent glow in midair that spread in all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield and almost drowning the figure of the Howling World God Emperor. Even half of the old dragon's body was moving through the beautiful light, faintly visible. Bang! 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 The sound of the two emperors colliding echoed repeatedly, and the void was riddled with holes by their strength. The living beings of the 10,000 races were emotional. Some cultivators might not even get to witness a fight between emperors in their entire lives. Bang! Before long, a figure darted out of the light and smashed onto the ground once more. It was the Howling World God Emperor. The Howling World God Emperor was suppressed by the old dragon of Enigma Palace once more. This time round, by the time the Howling World God Emperor stood up, he was already in a wretched state, panting and covered in injuries. He no longer had the arrogance and disdain he had when he arrived at Enigma Palace earlier on, nor did he have the peerless grace of an emperor. This senior of the dragon race must have comprehended more than one supreme divine power. The red-headed ghost murmured. Many ancestral dragons nodded. Although the Howling World God Emperor comprehended a supreme divine power and became an emperor, his combat strength was equivalent to that of an emperor of the human race who comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. If the old dragon of Enigma Palace comprehended 2 supreme divine powers, its combat strength would be equivalent to an emperor of the human race who had comprehended 4 supreme divine power. Back then, the Buddha Emperor, Thunder Emperor, and Saber Emperor of the human race merely comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. However, these emperors of the human race were outstanding. Although they only comprehended 3 supreme divine powers, with their many powerful trump cards, they were able to suppress ordinary emperors of the primordial races. While the old dragon of Enigma Palace was old and its lifespan was almost up, the reason why it could defeat the Howling World God Emperor so badly was because it had comprehended an additional supreme divine power. If the old dragon of Enigma Palace was at its peak, it might have killed the Howling World God Emperor in that short period of time. Old thing. The Howling World God Emperor had a terrible expression as he said hatefully, "Do you think that you're able to stop the appearance of our primordial 6 races with just you alone?" "Of course I can't stop it." The old dragon said indifferently, "It's not just me. Enigma Palace and the cultivation world have never thought of stopping the primordial 6 races from appearing either." "What do you mean?" the Howling World God Emperor asked. "The reason why Enigma Palace held the 10,000 race meet this time round was because we wanted to negotiate peace with the primordial races." The old dragon of Enigma Palace said, "From now on, the 10,000 races will coexist in Tianhuang mainland. The primordial races don't have to live ignobly in the forbidden grounds and can come out completely. However, you primordial races have to guarantee that you won't invade the cultivation world of the human race on your own accord and massacre the 10,000 races and human cultivators wantonly. If a huge battle breaks out, neither party would stand to gain. It'll only cause misery and suffering for the living beings of Tianhuang mainland, bringing forth rivers of blood. Many races will die as a result. Countless races were wiped out in the primordial and ancient wars. There were even more races that withered." The Howling World God Emperor fell silent. The old dragon of Enigma Palace continued, "If the primordial races and the human race were to fight again, both parties would only suffer losses. At that time, other living beings will probably rise in Tianhuang mainland. By then, the primordial races and the human race will be the ones suppressed mercilessly." The dragon phoenix true body praised internally. This old dragon of Enigma Palace was a truly wise elderly with foresight. He did not know the truth of the primordial war, nor did he know that there was indeed another massive faction that coveted Tianhuang mainland and could invade at any moment. However, he anticipated the possible danger. If this battle were to break out and both parties were severely injured, God's mainland would definitely invade and Tianhuang mainland would definitely be ruled by the God race. Be it the primordial races, humans, or living beings of the 10,000 races, they would all be suppressed by the God race. Beneath the pyramid of the God race, millions of servants with blank, pious expressions knelt on the ground. The old dragon of Enigma Palace had good intentions, but he chose the wrong person. The Howling World God Emperor was from the God race. He wanted to see a huge battle break out between the human and primordial races so that both parties would suffer immense losses. That way, God's mainland would have a chance of invading. Foo-foo. Right then, a mocking voice sounded, "How is the human race qualified to produce an internecine outcome against our primordial 6 races?" Chapter 1630 Arrival of the Emperors. Chapter 1630 Arrival of the Emperors. That was not said by the howling world god emperor, but someone else. The old dragon of Enigma Palace glared at the void not far away with a grim expression and a bright gaze. The void split apart and a tall man in a pure gold daoist robe walked out. His golden hair fell to his shoulders and his eyes were blue, bright as gemstones. The man was extremely handsome and a faint glow shrouded his back. Just by standing in midair with his hands behind his back, all the living beings of the 10,000 races wanted to prostrate and kowtow. This was an almost perfect man. What was even more frightening was that the aura released by the man was something that even the howling world god emperor and the old man of Enigma Palace could not compare to. Heavenly god emperor of the god race. Greetings, heavenly god emperor. Many god race beings knelt and kowtowed in unison. Even an expert like the howling world god emperor knelt on one knee. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked and could not withstand the pressure, kneeling one after another. Sister, who is that? What a terrifying aura. Carefree sent a voice transmission with a horrified expression. I can't even move my finger in front of this person. That's the heavenly god emperor. Yinlan sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. He should be the strongest expert of this generation's god race. Furthermore, there's a high chance he's the strongest god race being in history. I heard that he comprehended 4 supreme divine powers. When the god race comprehended 4 supreme divine powers, their combat strength was equivalent to the emperors of the human race comprehending 6 supreme divine powers. How unimaginable was that? Even the eternal human emperor back then only comprehended 6 supreme divine powers. This was a terrifying existence that was equivalent to the eternal human emperor. Carefree was secretly speechless and asked hurriedly, Sister, among the strongest emperors of our Kuan race, did any of them comprehend 4 supreme divine powers? No. Yinlan said, from what I know, the strongest emperor of the Kuan race only comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. Carefree asked in disappointment, not a single one? Do you think that it's so easy to comprehend a supreme divine power? Yinlan said, throughout history, there have been extremely few monster incarnates like the heavenly god emperor. You can count them with your fingers. Do you know why I don't think highly of your master and the fate of the human race? Yinlan asked again. Why? Carefree asked. Yinlan said, it's because apart from the heavenly god emperor, there are 2 other terrifying emperors of the primordial 6 races who comprehended 4 supreme divine powers in this generation. They are from the Golden Crow race, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the Witch race, the Hell Witch Emperor. The rise of the primordial races in this generation is a trend that no one can stop. Even if the human race gives birth to a supreme expert like the eternal human emperor, they might not be able to resolve this crisis. Carefree was alarmed and asked, doesn't that mean that every single one of the 3 primordial races is stronger than the Kuan race? That's right. Yinlan said, that's why our race has never made the stance to stand on the side of the human race. Furthermore, the clan leader has instructed repeatedly that while we can let you come, you must not expose your bloodline and identity. The 3 top emperors are with the primordial 6 races. Carefree said worriedly, doesn't that mean that Master and the others won't stand a chance at all? Of course they still stand a chance, but it's a slim one. Yinlan said, the only way they can still fight is if your master's 2 true bodies and the taboo divine who manages to grow. However, that's way too difficult. The primordial 6 races won't give your master much time. Carefree fell silent. Yinlan continued, with the arrival of the heavenly god emperor, it's hard to say if your master can survive today. I reckon that the emperors of the other primordial races should be nearby and are about to appear. Brother heavenly god, to think that you would arrive first. Right then, another void opened up and a figure walked out. The figure was extremely burly. Although he transformed into a human, he still had a green face and bared fangs that were extremely ugly. Malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor. Led by the Rakshasa clan leader, many Rakshasas knelt on the ground and cried out emotionally. An emperor of the Rakshasa race had arrived. Arriving before the heavenly god emperor, the malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor cupped his fists and took the initiative to greet with a smile. Although they were both emperors, the malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor was clearly beneath the heavenly God Emperor. The heavenly God Emperor nodded slightly to the malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor. Suddenly, as though he sensed something, his gaze shifted and he smiled gently. "Since you're already here, why aren't you coming out to meet me, brother witch?" Suddenly, a figure appeared where the heavenly God Emperor's gaze landed. The cultivator looked to be only middle-aged and wore a dark green robe. His ghastly green eyes were extremely striking on his pale cheeks. The pair of ghastly green eyes seemed to exude a strange demonic power. Many cultivators merely stared at that pair of eyes for a moment more before their gazes froze, as though they had lost their souls. Among the Kuan race, even Carefree widened his eyes and glared into the eyes of the witch race cultivator instinctively. In his eyes, it was as though everything and all living beings had vanished, leaving only that pair of ghastly green eyes in his mind. In Carefree's eyes, he watched helplessly as the pair of eyes closed in continuously, as though it was about to barge into his consciousness. He knew that something was amiss, but he could not control it. "Don't look." Right then, a soft shout sounded in Carefree's ears. Someone swayed his body. Carefree shuddered and closed his eyes without hesitation. After calming down, Carefree opened his eyes once more and did not dare to raise his head to look at the witch race cultivator. Instead, he looked around wildly. That single look shocked Carefree. In that short period of time, many living beings of the 10,000 races stood on the spot motionlessly. Although they did not have any injuries on the surface, there was no longer any life in their bodies. There were even ancestor realm experts among them. All of them were dead. All it took were those few breaths. "What's going on?" Carefree asked instinctively with a pale expression. Yinlan said in a deep voice, "That was the Hell Witch Emperor." These living beings did not know how powerful the Hell Witch Emperor is and even dared to stare into his eyes. Their souls were drawn in by him and they're all dead. Carefree was shocked and felt a sense of trepidation. If Yinlan had not reminded him earlier on, he would have been reduced to a corpse like those living beings. It was useless even though he possessed the bloodline of a taboo. It was only at that moment that Carefree truly experienced the terror of those top emperors. Although he was a taboo, before he grew further, he was nothing but an ant that could be killed with ease in the eyes of those powerful emperors. Nobody noticed that just as Carefree woke up after escaping the calamity, the Hell Witch Emperor who was in midair frowned slightly with a green glint in his eyes. He looked at Carefree meaningfully without saying anything. Chapter 1631, Chen Dragon Emperor. Chapter 1631, Chen Dragon Emperor. Right then, before the living beings of the 10,000 races could recover from the sinister fear of the Hell Witch Emperor, they felt a sudden heat. It was too hot. It felt as though everyone was in a gigantic furnace and could not break free. The temperature of the living beings of the 10,000 races rose suddenly and some of them with lower cultivation realms fainted on the spot. The other living beings were drenched in sweat as well. Furthermore, this was within Enigma Palace that was isolated by many restrictions and formations. Outside Enigma Palace, raging flames were already blazing in the massive heaven-expanding mountain range. The mountains collapsed and endless lava gushed out from underground, as though the apocalypse had arrived. Outside Enigma Palace, it was almost like a world of boiling lava that wanted to refine all living beings. Many cultivators looked up instinctively and saw two suns that emitted light with the same intensity hanging in the firmament. A figure slowly walked out from the second sun and released a powerful might that was not weaker than the Heavenly God Emperor and Hell Witch Emperor present. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor had descended. Long Ran had a grim expression and the dragons were shocked as well. The three strongest emperors of the primordial races of the current era had arrived at Enigma Palace. They felt immense pressure. In fact, many dragons even wanted to retreat. The auras released by the three emperors were way too terrifying. Although they were ancestral dragons, they did not even have the courage to attack against such an aura. Many cultivators looked despaired. It was only at that moment that they truly understood why the emperors of the human race had not appeared and avoided meeting them. Against such experts, any emperor of the human race would be suppressed mercilessly the moment they appeared. Many emperors had already cultivated to this realm and were a step away from ascending the heavens who would give up their lives for nothing. Even the old dragon of Enigma Palace looked worried and sighed internally. Or, even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to defend against the heavenly god emperor and the others, let alone the fact that he was old. There was no solution. This was a doomed situation. Fufu, you guys sure are early. I was prepared to wait and see what other trump cards the human race has. A white-robed man walked over slowly. His face was rosy and elegant. He was extraordinarily handsome and looked even more graceful than most of the human cultivators present. However, many experts of the primordial races knew that this was a ruthless person who killed without batting an eyelid. The Blood Emperor of the Bloodvine race. Almost all the bloodvines were filled with blood chi after taking on human form. However, there was no blood chi emanating from the Blood Emperor and he looked like a normal cultivator. However, the more that was the case, the more terrifying the Blood Emperor was. I'm here too. On the other side, a black-robed man walked over. His eyes were clear, but what made the living beings of the 10,000 races shudder was a black vertical eye on the glabella of the black-robed man. The blood scar emitted a destructive aura and everywhere it passed, the void trembled and the world was shocked. The Black Eye Emperor of the Heavenly Eye race. All the top emperors of the primordial 6 races had arrived. Under normal circumstances, the malevolent Wind Rakshasa, Blood and Black Eye Emperors had comprehended 3 supreme divine powers and their combat strength was equivalent to emperors of the human race with 5 supreme divine power. Those 3 emperors were already at the peak of Qianhuang mainland and were enough to sweep through everything and suppress the 10,000 races. SV. However, because of the arrival of the Heavenly God, Hell Witch and Golden Crow Fire Emperors, the light of the 3 emperors dimmed slightly. The appearance of the 6 emperors suppressed the auras of the Kuan, Dragon and Barbarian races completely, let alone the cultivators present. The 6 emperors surveyed their surroundings. They lingered for a moment on the creation green lotus before landing on the dragon phoenix true body. The 6 emperors had unchanged expressions and did not attack. However, there was a hint of disdain and mockery in their eyes. Su Zimo's 2 true bodies, the creation green lotus and the taboo dragon phoenix, had unlimited potential. However, in the eyes of the 6 emperors, they were of no threat at all. As long as they wanted to, they could kill Su Zimo's 2 true bodies at any moment. A single finger was enough. To put it simply, even the old dragon of Enigma Palace was nothing in the eyes of the 6 emperors. I'm really old now. The old dragon of Enigma Palace sighed. Although he was far older than the 6 emperors, each of them was enough to suppress him with ease. Old thing, you're interfering too much. The Heavenly God Emperor said indifferently, since you wish to die earlier, I'll send you on your way. The moment he said that, the Heavenly God Emperor suddenly extended a finger. The finger released an endless divine light and expanded rapidly, suppressing the old dragon of Enigma Palace like a heavenly piercing divine pillar. Boom! The old dragon of Enigma Palace leaped up and collided heavily against the heavenly piercing divine pillar with a loud bang. Snap! The horns on the head of the old dragon of Enigma Palace snapped instantly. The old dragon shuddered and a deep pain surged in his eyes. However, he did not make a single sound. The pair of dragon horns were like the 3rd leg of the Golden Crow race and the heavenly eye of the Heavenly Eye race. It was difficult for them to heal once they were severed. Given his age, there was no way he could recover from such a serious injury. Against this impact, the old dragon of Enigma Palace seemed to have aged considerably. However, the power of the Heavenly God Emperor did not stop and seemed endless. Boom! Boom! Under many gazes, the 1,000-feet-long body of the old dragon of Enigma Palace was suppressed heavily and smashed to the ground. The Heavenly God Emperor had truly just used a single finger. However, that finger pinned the old dragon of Enigma Palace to the ground and he could not break free no matter how he struggled. The 10,000 races were silent. Many cultivators were ashen. This was the power of the Heavenly God Emperor. If the Heavenly God Emperor were to slap down, the entire Enigma Palace would be turned into ruins, let alone the living cultivators present. Cough. Right then, an old and hoarse cough sounded. Above Enigma Palace, an old man in his twilight years hunched over with a broom in his hands. He walked over slowly, looking like he could die at any moment. The old man's appearance was sudden and the living beings of the 10,000 races could not sense anything yet. However, the emperors of the primordial 6 races such as the heavenly god emperor narrowed their eyes and their expressions froze. Let go. The old man raised the broom in his hands and swept towards the dazzling finger of the heavenly god emperor, saying softly, "Boom, boom." That gentle sweep caused the heavenly god emperor's body to tremble and the divine light on his finger flickered before dissipating rapidly. His finger retracted instinctively as well. "Senior, you're here." The dragon phoenix true body bowed hurriedly. This senior was none other than the old man from the dragon race who was sweeping the tomb in the depths of the ancestral dragon ground. "Greetings, Chen Dragon Emperor." When Long Ran and the others saw the old man, they revealed respectful expressions and bowed their heads one after another, shouting. Chapter 1632 Awakening. Chapter 1632 Awakening. Chen Dragon Emperor. Carefree asked hurriedly, "How is this Chen Dragon Emperor compared to the heavenly god emperor and the others?" Yinlan said, "From what I know, the Chen Dragon Emperor is ranked alongside the heavenly god, Hell Witch and Golden Crow Fire Emperors and has comprehended 4 supreme divine powers. His combat strength is equivalent to emperors of the human race who have comprehended 6 supreme divine powers. However, even you can tell that the Chen Dragon Emperor is old and his blood chi is weak. He is no longer at his peak and is definitely not a match for the heavenly god emperor and the others." When Carefree heard that, the hope that he had just felt was destroyed once more. In that case, it's useless even with the descent of the Chen Dragon Emperor. Once the heavenly god emperor and the other 5 join forces, he's definitely not a match for them. Yinlan said, "Even so, you have to understand that the Chen Dragon Emperor has comprehended 4 supreme divine powers after all. Even if the 6 emperors join forces, they will have to pay a huge price to kill him as well. At their cultivation realm, they are only a step away from ascending the skies. If they were to fail the tribulation transcendence because they suffered a severe injury here, it would be a greater loss than what they would stand to gain. Therefore, I'm guessing that the heavenly god emperor and the others are wary of the dragon emperor Chen as well." Just as Carefree and his sister were conversing in secret, the Chen Dragon Emperor had already arrived beside the old dragon of Enigma Palace. He tapped his finger gently and a divine power entered the old dragon's body. The old dragon's injuries stopped for the time being and he reverted to his human form, looking much taller and burly than the Chen Dragon Emperor. However, the 2 old men had white beards and faces filled with wrinkles. The 2 of them exchanged glances with conflicted expressions. "You're here," the old dragon of Enigma Palace said. The Chen Dragon Emperor nodded and lamented, "It's been a long time since we last met as well. Now that we're at this age, let's forget our grudges from before." The living beings of the 10,000 races were dumbfounded. Even the dragon phoenix true body was shocked. The lifespan of an ancestral dragon was 4 times that of an emperor of the human race. The Chen Dragon Emperor was almost 400,000 years old. The old dragon of Enigma Palace was a dragon from the same era as the Chen Dragon Emperor. Furthermore, the 2 of them had some grudges and entanglements in the past. It was extremely likely that the old dragon of Enigma Palace left the Dragon Bone Valley because of those grudges and had not returned for many years. The old dragon of Enigma Palace smiled. What grudges are there to talk about between 2 old men who are about to die? The 2 old men exchanged glances and smiled. Instantly, all the grudges of the past vanished into thin air. The 2 of them were probably the only ones who would know about those grudges. "Chen Dragon Emperor, you're already at this age. What are you doing here instead of staying at the Dragon Bone Valley obediently?" The Golden Crow Fire Emperor chuckled with a mocking tone. "Since all of you juniors have appeared, I naturally can't sit still either. That's why I came over to stretch my muscles," the Chen Dragon Emperor replied. "Stop beating around the bush." The malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor sneered, "Let's get straight to the point. Is the dragon race bent on interfering with this matter? What's bad about the 10,000 races coexisting?" The Chen Dragon Emperor did not reply and asked instead, "Isn't the lesson learned from the primordial and ancient wars enough? For me, The heavenly god emperor said murderously, "Old Chen, you're old now. You're not my match even if we fight one-on-one. If the 6 of us join forces, we'll be able to kill you." The Chen Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment before nodding. "You're right, I'm old now. I might not even be able to defeat you in a one-on-one fight." Pausing for a moment, he raised his head slowly and 2 divine lights burst forth from his eyes as he said resolutely, "However, if I risk my life, I'll definitely be able to severely injure 1 or 2 of you guys. Sev 0. The 6 of you, anyone who doesn't wish to ascend after the tribulation transcendence, feel free to attack now." Although the Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the others were expressionless, they were wary in their hearts. At his age, almost 400,000 years old, nobody knew what powerful trump cards the Chen Dragon Emperor had. A centipede dies but never falls completely. Furthermore, the Chen Dragon Emperor was not dead and was a top emperor that was not weaker than them. Barbarian Emperor, Kuan Empress, come on. Out. Right then, the Hell Witch Emperor suddenly said, "Given the situation, why hide at the side?" There was a momentary silence. The void above the firmaments cracked and 2 figures walked out. One of them was tall and mighty, resembling a mountain peak. His upper body was bare and his limbs were thick, emanating an ancient aura. The Barbarian Emperor had descended. On the other side, a beautiful middle-aged woman with black hair and black robes appeared. Although she was a female, the beautiful middle-aged woman exuded an extremely terrifying and vast blood chi with immense vitality. Among the primordial 9 races, the barbarian race's physique was the number 1. As for the Kuan race, they were the strongest in blood chi and had an even longer lifespan than the dragon race. The lifespan of an ancestral Kuan was 500,000 years. The Kuan Empress had descended. At that moment, the top emperors of the primordial 9 races were already gathered at Enigma Palace. Such a grand formation had never appeared since the ancient war. Barbarian Emperor, Kuan Empress, what do you think? The Hell Witch Emperor asked indifferently, "Are you guys going to join forces with the dragon race to fight against our primordial 6 races?" The Barbarian Emperor and Kuan Empress exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Does that mean that you guys want to join forces with our primordial 6 races?" The Blood Emperor smiled gently and spread his arms. "The primordial 9 races are meant to coexist to begin with. Welcome." The Barbarian Emperor and Kuan Empress shook their heads again. The expressions of the Heavenly God Emperor and the others darkened. Eventually, the Barbarian Emperor was the first to speak and said cautiously, "This matter is a little complicated. We have to wait a little more." "Wait for what? What's there to wait for?" The Golden Crow Fire Emperor could not help but berate. "We're waiting for a truth." The Kuan Empress said slowly. "What truth?" The Hell Witch Emperor and the others frowned. "The truth about the primordial war." The Kuan Empress said sternly. The Heavenly God Emperor frowned and the killing intent in his eyes surged. However, it was retracted quickly and he said expressionlessly, "Everyone knows what happened during the primordial war. What truth can there be?" "Exactly." The Blood Emperor smiled as well. "Speaking of the primordial war, even when we faced a terrifying existence like the taboo divine who, the primordial 9 races did not retreat and joined forces to defend. Why are you guys hesitating today against a group of human ants?" Upon hearing that, Night Spirit's eyes flashed with hatred as he gripped his fists gently. Suddenly, the Chen Dragon Emperor said, "I remember that we were the primordial 8 races back then, right? The God race only rose gradually after the primordial war." The Heavenly God Emperor's expression turned cold. "What does that have to do with the primordial war?" The Golden Crow Fire Emperor was puzzled. Right then, the creation green lotus behind the Chen Dragon Emperor swayed gently and released rays of light. Su Zimo opened his eyes and rose. The creation green lotus beneath him transformed into rays of light and entered his body. "I'll tell you guys the truth about the primordial war," Su Zimo said word by word. Chapter 1633, Truth. Chapter 1633, Truth. Fu. The Heavenly God Emperor smiled in disdain and his eyes shone fiercely as he said coldly, What does a junior who is not even 1,000 years old know about the primordial war? You must be spreading falsehoods to confuse the masses. Before his sentence was finished, 2 bedazzling divine lights burst forth from his eyes. The power of the visual technique was way too fast and arrived instantly. Although Suzimo had advanced to the Mahayana realm and possessed the nether glow eye, there was no way he could defend against the heavenly god emperor's visual technique. The divine power contained by that visual technique could even kill the old dragon of Enigma Palace. Swoosh. However, just as the power of the visual technique was about to collide with Suzimo, 2 streaks of flames burst forth from the side and struck the 2 divine light. Boom. There was a loud bang. The Chen Dragon Emperor attacked and released his visual technique, blocking the god's eye of the heavenly god emperor. His body was hunched and looked skinny. However, he shielded Suzimo and blocked the power released by the collision of the 2 visual techniques completely. Heavenly god emperor, aren't you being too anxious? The Chen Dragon Emperor shielded Suzimo behind him and said indifferently, he hasn't said anything yet. How is he spreading falsehoods to confuse the masses? All the cultivators present, especially the emperors, had lived for so long that they were no fools. Even if the Chen Dragon Emperor did not say it, the Hell Witch Emperor and the others could tell that there was indeed something unusual with the Heavenly God Emperor's actions. The Heavenly God Emperor calmed down quickly and said coldly, Desolate Marshal killed so many clansmen of our primordial 6 races. He deserved to die a long time ago. Is that so? The Chen Dragon Emperor looked at the Hell Witch Emperor and the others. I think there's no harm listening to him talk. What do you guys think? The Blood Emperor said, Our primordial 6 races have set killing badges on Desolate Marshal. He is someone that we must kill. However, there's no rush to that either. Let's see what he can say. The Heavenly God Emperor sneered, a young lad that's still wet behind the ears must definitely be spouting nonsense. What can he say? That old thing is merely trying to protect him and buy time. Blood Emperor, have you forgotten that so many blood vines died and 2 of your young masters were killed by this lad? The Heavenly God Emperor said coldly, given that deep feud, what do you even want to hear him say? The Blood Emperor's expression darkened. That matter had indeed dealt a huge blow to the Bloodvine race and caused them to lose all face. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor said murderously as well, that's right, why listen to his nonsense? Do we emperors have to listen to a cub spouting nonsense here? Heavenly God Emperor, what are you afraid of? The Chen Dragon Emperor asked with a fake smile. What am I afraid of? The Heavenly God Emperor's expression changed slightly as he shouted, I've comprehended 4 supreme divine powers. I can even fight the eternal human emperor if he descend. The Barbarian Emperor, Kuan Empress and the others watched coldly from the sidelines. Although the Heavenly God Emperor looked fearless, he was already feeling guilty. Suddenly, the Hell Witch Emperor spoke, Indeed, there's no need to be in a rush to kill that lad. Why don't we listen to him? If he truly dares to spout nonsense, I'll be the first to attack and devour his soul. Among the 6 emperors, the words of the Hell Witch Emperor carried a lot of weight. The Heavenly God Emperor harumphed and could not refute. The Chen Dragon Emperor nodded to Suzimo, indicating for the latter to continue. Suzimo declared, I'm sure all the emperors know that in the primordial era, there were only the primordial 8 races and not the god race. Not long after the god race appeared, the primordial war broke out. When he heard that, the Heavenly God Emperor sneered, Why? Are you saying that the primordial war was caused by the god race? That's the truth. Suzimo replied. Ha ha ha. Before his sentence was finished, a series of laughter burst forth from the side of the primordial 6 races. Is that the so-called truth you were referring to? The expression of the Hell Witch Emperor gradually turned cold as well. The malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor shook his head. Desolate Marshal, O Desolate Marshal. You think that you can sow discord between our primordial 6 races with your puny tricks? Do you think that all of us have lived for so many years in vain? You guys have truly lived in vain. Suzimo said savagely, up till this point, you guys don't even know how your ancestors died. Instead, you're laughing in such a carefree manner. The laughter stopped abruptly. The living beings of the 10,000 races felt their scalps tingle. Who were those people? Top emperors of Tianhuang mainland. How dare Su Zimo say something like that to those emperors? Desolate marshal, you must truly be tired of living, the Blood Emperor said coldly. I don't want to hear you say anything else. I'm going to kill you right now. Su Zimo ignored the Blood Emperor's threat and continued, have you guys ever thought about why the weapons of the god race are different from all the dharmic weapons and treasures of Tianhuang mainland? Why does a patriarch of the god race wear a storage ring on his finger instead of a storage bag? Why are the other races unable to cultivate the secret skills and cultivation techniques of the god race? CE. Why are the text characters of the god race completely different from those of Tianhuang mainland? With every question said, the killing intent in the heavenly god emperor's eyes deepened. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others frowned slightly in deep thought as well. Finally, Su Zimo asked again, have you guys thought about where the god race came from, since Tianhuang mainland originally consisted of 8 primordial races? The living beings of the 10,000 races present had lost expressions, and many of the primordial races fell into deep thought as well. The heavenly god emperor's gaze was dark as he said coldly, the god race has our own language and cultivation techniques. What's wrong with that? It was not only the god race. All the primordial races present had words unique to their race. It seemed like there was no way to prove anything from that. What are you trying to say? The Hell Witch Emperor asked in a deep voice. Su Zimo pointed at the heavenly god emperor and said slowly, the god race is an external civilization. They came from God's mainland that's ranked alongside Tianhuang mainland. The primordial war happened when the god race instigated a massive battle between the 3 great taboos and caused chaos in Tianhuang mainland. The intention for that is so that God's mainland can invade and occupy Tianhuang mainland to rule over the 10,000 races. The moment he said that, the massive Enigma Palace fell into a dead silence. The truth that Su Zimo revealed was way too terrifying and beyond the imagination and knowledge of the living beings of the 10,000 races. It was difficult for them to accept it right away. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others were silent and no emotions could be seen from their faces. That truth had completely overturned everything they knew. Su Zimo's words were not enough to convince them yet. Piak. 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 The heavenly god emperor actually smiled and clapped, nodding slightly. Splendid. It's quite an underestimation to say that you're spouting nonsense. This should be considered as a glib tongue. To think that you can tell such a ridiculous truth in a proper manner. Even I can't help but praise you. The heavenly god emperor said, in my opinion, the primordial war should be a scheme of the human race. That's because after the primordial war, the humans were the ones who ruled over Tianhuang mainland, not us god race. When they heard that, the living beings of the 10,000 races nodded to themselves. It was because of the primordial war that the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses and the human race seized the opportunity to rise. The human race was the one that benefited in the end. The crowd discussed. Chapter 1634, Catoptric Deflection. Chapter 1634, Catoptric Deflection. Desolate Marshal, you're way too naive to think that you can sow discord between our primordial 6 races and slander the god race with just a few words. The heavenly god emperor had a mocking expression. Although he looked relaxed on the surface, the killing intent in his heart was almost spewing out. What Su Zimo said was the greatest secret of the god race. For so many years, the god race had been careful not to reveal this secret. Only ancestor gods of the god race could come into contact with this matter. Back then, Kunlun was guarded by 2 divine Hus and they could not enter at all. The only reason why they could sneak into Tianhuang mainland with the help of their secret skills was because one of the divine Hus gave birth to a son and the other divine who had to take care of it day and night, leading to a division in their attention. Right now, most of the bloodlines in the god race were the descendants of their ancestors. However, it was precisely those ancestors who instigated the primordial 8 races as a group, causing the latter to join forces and attack Kunlun Mountain with the other 2 taboos in the lead. On the other side, this group of god race beings informed God's mainland to invade Tianhuang mainland. The primordial war broke out completely. Later on, after the primordial war ended, The three great taboos that truly knew about the truth died one after another as well. This group of god race beings saved some of the god race beings who survived the primordial war in secret and established themselves in Tianhuang mainland, gradually developing into the 9th primordial race later on. There were not many god race beings in the group, and they did not carry many weapons, storage rings and other treasures that belonged to God's mainland either. Therefore, generally speaking, only ancestor gods were qualified to use the weapons of God's mainland and knew the secret of the god race. The heavenly god emperor had not expected that after countless years, a secret that was almost completely sealed would be revealed by a junior of the human race. At that moment, even the god clan leader's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and his expression was terrible. However, the heavenly god emperor could still maintain his composure. He was an emperor. Furthermore, he was the strongest emperor of the god race. He believed that his methods would be enough to deal with this human junior. More importantly, this was something from the primordial era and had happened too long ago. Even if this human junior knew the truth from somewhere, nobody would believe it without evidence. All these years, they had long fused into Tianhuang mainland, and their position was not something this junior could shake with just a few words. Desolate Marshal, what proof do you have? The barbarian emperor asked in a low voice. Su Zimo said, the evidence is in the Kunlun ruins. At that point, the heavenly god emperor relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. Junior, you're trying to mess with us? Killing intent flashed through the golden crow fire emperor's eyes as he said coldly. The expressions of the Hell Witch Emperor and the others darkened as well. The Kuan Empress frowned. There's a divine power forbidden region in the Kunlun ruins. Any expert above the Mahayana realm will die if they step in. If you say that the evidence is there, it's equivalent to not saying it. The heavenly god emperor smiled. Everyone, did you hear that? This is the so-called ridiculous truth. Are you guys still going to continue listening? This junior is fooling us to sow discord between the primordial 6 races. The expressions of the Hell Witch Emperor and the others were cold and hostile, they no longer had patience. Barbarian Emperor, Kuan Empress, the two of you are able to make a decision now, right? The heavenly god emperor smiled and asked. This. The barbarian emperor and Kuan Empress hesitated. Su Zimo was in no hurry and continued, with the 10,000 races gathered today, I want to say 2 things. The truth of the primordial war is only one of them. The other thing, Su Zimo paused for a moment before taking a deep breath of air. He shouted, I'm going to clear the name of the taboo divine who. When he heard that, Night Spirit was agitated and gripped his fists instinctively. Clear the name? Surveying the place, the heavenly god emperor's gaze landed on Night Spirit not far away and he sneered, what name do you want to clear? That's just a bloodthirsty, cruel and ruthless race. Once born, it's a calamity of the 10,000 races that must be killed. Has Desolate Marshal gone stupid? Everyone knows the taboo divine who caused the primordial war. What else is there to say? Desolate Marshal can barely protect himself and yet he wants to clear the name of the divine who, foo-foo. A commotion broke out in the crowd, some shaking their heads while others sneering. Su Zimo said indifferently, it's fine if you guys don't dare to enter the Kunlun ruins. I've just returned from there and I can let you guys witness the truth of the primordial war with your own eyes. As Su Zimo said that, his fingers shifted and he conjured a dharmic art. Dharmic powers shot out from his fingertip and entered the void above Enigma Palace. Catoptric deflection, Su Zimo called softly. A gigantic mirror appeared in the skies of Enigma Palace, shimmering like water. Catoptric deflection, that's a secret skill from the primordial era that has been lost for a long time. The Kuan Empress exclaimed softly when she saw that. This secret skill could condense a water mirror and reflect objects millions of kilometers away through light. Because the secret skill does not possess any power, it was lost a long time ago. Su Zimo obtained it in the ruins of the Kunlun ruins and spent a lot of time and energy to cultivate it for today. All the living beings of the 10,000 races looked up instinctively. Even the Hell Witch Emperor and the other experts of the primordial races raised their heads and looked at the water mirror in the firmaments. Through the water mirror, they could see an ancient and tragic ruin. Dragon bones that were thousands of feet long and the immortal corpses of 3D golden crows could be seen. This is the Kunlun ruins. Many living beings quickly recognized that the current appearance of the water mirror was the outer perimeter of the Kunlun ruins. Through the water mirror, many cultivators seemed to have arrived outside the Kunlun ruins and were experiencing it personally. Su Zimo circulated his essence spirit and channeled his dharmic art. The scenery in the water mirror reversed continuously. The scene within had already entered the Kunlun ruins and was advancing rapidly. Before long, the scene in the water mirror froze once more. Through the water mirror, the living beings of the 10,000 races could tell that it was a gigantic palace that was in tatters, with only 4 walls remaining. What is this? I don't know. Is this the so-called evidence? Look. There seems to be a painting on that palace wall. Someone pointed to the water mirror and exclaimed when he discovered something unusual. Many living beings focused their gazes on the paintings on the 4 walls of the palace and gradually fell into it. When the living beings of the 10,000 races saw the first painting, they were still confused. When they saw the second painting, a commotion broke out in the crowd. There were 2 divine who's in the primordial era. Could there truly be a god's mainland? Many living beings were doubtful and shocked. When they saw the 3rd, 4th and 5th paintings, the eyes of the living beings of the 10,000 races were filled with shock. It was an extreme shock. Was this the truth of the primordial war? Many living beings widened their eyes, feeling as though breathing had become difficult. At the end of the 7th, 8th and taboo paintings, the entire Enigma Palace fell into silence once more as a faint sadness enveloped the skies of Enigma Palace. Through the 8 paintings, the living beings of the 10,000 races seemed to have lived through the ages and witnessed that earth-shaking battle and tragic period. The 8 paintings seemed to have struck the depths of everyone's hearts and souls. Even some of the emperors present were moved. There were only 6 words in their minds: back against Tianhuang mainland, protect Kunlun. Chapter 1635, Killing Intent. Chapter 1635, Killing Intent. The living beings of the 10,000 races finally understood what Su Zimo said earlier on. If those paintings were real, the reason why the living beings of the 10,000 races could get to where they were today was because of the taboo divine who guarded Tianhuang mainland in Cylon. The taboo divine whose were the true gods of Tianhuang mainland. But now, time has passed. In this generation, the taboo divine whose that protected Tianhuang mainland in the past were now hunted by all the 10,000 races. Every single race wanted to kill them. How ironic was that? The Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the other emperors narrowed their gazes and scrutinized Heavenly God Emperor as well as the other god race beings with caution. As for the Kuan Empress and Barbarian Emperor, they were already standing completely beside the Chen Dragon Emperor and displayed immense hostility towards the god race beings. Many ancestor gods looked pale and turned towards the Heavenly God Emperor instinctively. Even at that moment, the Heavenly God Emperor could remain calm and expressionless. It had to be said that for the Heavenly God Emperor to cultivate to that realm and become the strongest emperor in the history of the god race, he was indeed outstanding. At that moment, he was flustered internally as well. Su Zimo's move had truly exceeded his expectations. However, he possessed immense mental fortitude and remained expressionless. No one could read his emotions or thoughts. All of you from the 10,000 races here today, how many of you want to kill Night Spirit? Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and asked in a deep voice. No one spoke. Prior to this, almost every single living being wanted to kill Night Spirit as soon as possible. However, at that moment, many living beings lowered their heads in guilt. It was no exaggeration to say that the reason why they were able to cultivate and survive in Tianhuang mainland today was because in the primordial era, a taboo divine who guarded Kunlun with its back facing Tianhuang mainland. A taboo divine who stood in that valley alone and killed all the god race beings. Heavenly God Emperor, what do you think? The Hell Witch Emperor asked coldly. The Heavenly God Emperor chuckled. Who would believe such despicable methods? You think that you can slander the god race with just 8 paintings? The Hell Witch Emperor and the others remained silent. Indeed, the 8 paintings alone did not mean anything. In the hearts of the barbarian emperor, Kuan empress and most living beings, they were already certain that this was the truth behind the primordial war. However, that was not enough. The heavenly god emperor sneered, "The god race can easily create thousands of such paintings by spending some time searching for a master painter. How can something as lousy as that be used as evidence? How laughable. It's fine." Su Zimo's expression was mocking. "I knew that you would never admit to it. Everyone, please continue watching." Su Zimo sneered as well and channeled his essence spirit, changing hand seals. The water mirror above the firmaments and the scenery continued advancing. Gradually, a long and gigantic valley appeared before them. It was filled with blood and corpses. Ah, that seems to be the valley in the painting earlier on. The rainbow cave in the painting is at the end of the valley. The two massive corpses on both sides of the valley should be the two divine whos of the primordial era. To think that they would still possess such a terrifying aura after such a long time. Heavens, there are so many corpses in the valley. They seem to be all from the god race. Why are there so many corpses of the god race with their flesh and blood still around? They seem to have died not long ago. The crowd exclaimed. The heavenly god emperor's expression changed starkly as his pupils constricted. He glared at the god race corpses in the god-slaying valley, and the palm hidden behind him had already clenched into a fist that trembled slightly. Vas. He could naturally tell that those god race beings had clearly died not long ago. It was less than 100 years ago. Green veins popped up on the neck of the heavenly god emperor. It was clear how emotional he was. Su Zimo said indifferently, 80 years ago, the seal of the Kunlun barrier was weak and God's mainland invaded once more. I joined forces with Night Spirit and killed all these god race beings in the god-slaying valley. The expression of the heavenly god emperor darkened completely. He turned around and glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, not concealing the killing intent in his heart. That valley was filled with his people. There were so many god race beings. If they could all enter Tianhuang mainland, he would have had a chance to reconnect with God's mainland and naturally find an opportunity to rule over Tianhuang mainland. But now, their identities and backgrounds have been exposed. All of those god race beings were annihilated as well. At that moment, the heavenly god emperor hated Su Zimo to the core. The Chen Dragon Emperor had a grim expression and was on guard. He glared at the heavenly god emperor and was prepared to attack at any moment as well. If you guys still don't believe me, take a look at this. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and tossed out a pile of shimmering golden weapons, smashing them onto the ground with a loud bang. All of those weapons were gigantic golden swords, spears, shields, and storage rings. Those were divine weapons that only the god race possess. Those weapons could only be controlled by the god race. As such, Su Zimo did not feel pained taking them out casually either. Many god race beings were enraged and killing intent surge. Those weapons crushed the mental defenses of many god race beings completely. Desolate Marshal. The heavenly god emperor grit his teeth and said coldly, "Good, very good." Swoosh. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. The Chen Dragon Emperor's expression changed and he had a grim expression. Channeling his blood chi, he even conjured a divine power in his palm, prepared to take the heavenly god emperor's attack head-on. In his rage, the heavenly god emperor would definitely attack like a storm. But soon, the Chen Dragon Emperor frowned. He realized that the heavenly god emperor did not attack Su Zimo at all. Instead, he charged to the other side. That was Night Spirit's location. Ah! The crowd exclaimed. The Chen Dragon Emperor hesitated slightly but did not step forward to stop him. He did not dare to leave Su Zimo's side. As long as he stepped forward to save Night Spirit, it would be too late for regrets if the heavenly god emperor suddenly changed his target and turned back to kill Su Zimo. Actually, that was also the vicious intent of the heavenly god emperor. Although the heavenly god emperor was enraged, he did not lose his mind. He knew very well that with the protection of the Chen Dragon Emperor, it was almost impossible for him to kill Su Zimo. However, he could lure the tiger out of its mountain. If the Chen Dragon Emperor were to step in to stop the heavenly god emperor's attack towards Night Spirit, Su Zimo would be exposed. He could then seize the opportunity to kill Su Zimo. If the Chen Dragon Emperor did not move, He could take advantage of the situation and kill this generation's taboo divine who here that would be revenge for the many god race beings that died in the valley. Given the heavenly god emperor's cultivation realm and powerful combat strength, only 3 people present could stop him from killing someone. The Chen Dragon Emperor guarded Suzimo and did not dare to leave. The Hell Witch Emperor and the Golden Crow Fire Emperor were expressionless and lowered their gazes as though they had not seen anything. Even if they knew the truth of the primordial war, they would not choose to save Night Spirit. After all, their ancestors joined the primordial war as well. Who could guarantee that the taboo divine who would not take revenge on them after it grew up? If someone could kill the taboo divine who, it would eliminate a sore spot for them. Night Spirit was almost certainly dead now that the heavenly god emperor attacked personally. Chapter 1636 Isolation. Chapter 1636 Isolation. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly god emperor had already arrived before Night Spirit. It was too fast. Monkey and the others were still confused. The heavenly god emperor reached out with his gigantic palm and grabbed Night Spirit by the head, lifting the latter from the ground. Night Spirit was completely helpless against the powerful might of the heavenly god emperor. The heavenly god emperor turned to look at Suzimo, who was not far away, with a cold expression. "Desolate Marshal," he said coldly, "since you killed my clansmen, I'll kill your brothers. I'll let you live in pain forever." Poof. The heavenly god emperor was decisive in his kills. Now that he was enraged, he would definitely not waste his breath on Suzimo. Exerting strength in his palm, he crushed Night Spirit's head. Fresh blood splattered. Night Spirit's headless corpse fell to the ground heavily. A look of pity filled the eyes of the Chen Dragon Emperor, Barbarian Emperor, and Kuan Empress. The living beings of the 10,000 races sighed as well. All of them and all the living beings of Tianhuang mainland owed the taboo divine who an explanation. To think that the divine who of this generation would be killed mercilessly before he could grow further. CEV. Any living being with a conscience would feel a sense of guilt at that moment. The Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, and the others were expressionless. In their hearts, it was for the best if Night Spirit was killed by the heavenly god emperor. Otherwise, if the taboo divine who were to grow, he would still be a huge threat to them. Suzimo did not do anything to step in when he saw that. In fact, there was no sadness in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of mockery. Right then, the heavenly god emperor's expression changed slightly as he looked at Night Spirit's corpse instinctively. Although the aura of the divine whose blood was indeed present in Night Spirit's body, it was way too thin. Furthermore, he did not sense Night Spirit's essence spirit even after crushing the latter's head. He merely crushed a wisp of extremely condensed spirit consciousness. The gazes of the Chen Dragon Emperor, the Hell Witch Emperor, and the others focused, and they gradually noticed something unusual as well. This was not the true body of the taboo divine who. Right then, Suzimo smiled. "Heavenly God Emperor, sorry to disappoint you. What you just killed was a clone that Night Spirit condensed using a wisp of essence blood." A look of realization flashed through the eyes of Monkey and the others. They had long sensed that something was amiss with Night Spirit's situation. His combat strength had not increased much after 100 years. Furthermore, the strangest thing was that right from the beginning, Night Spirit had not transformed into his true form and merely fought against many primordial races in his human form. It was only now that Monkey and the others understood that this was only Night Spirit's clone. A single wisp of essence blood and spirit consciousness could not support Night Spirit's true form. Suzimo's gaze swept past the Hell Witch Emperor and the others as he said in a mocking manner, "I was worried that someone would harbor evil intentions at the 10,000 race meet and did not want Night Spirit to grow. Indeed, it's true. Actually, back in the Kunlun ruins, Suzimo had not wanted Night Spirit to take part in the 10,000 race meet. He had 3 true bodies. The Dragon Phoenix true body was backed by the Dragon race. Even in the worst-case scenario where 2 of his true bodies died, he still had the Martial Dao Prime body. However, Night Spirit did not have any backing at the 10,000 race meet. If an emperor were to appear and kill Night Spirit, no one would be able to stop it. Later on, Night Spirit came up with this idea to follow Suzumo here with a clone. And now, the danger of the 10,000 race meet was way more terrifying than Suzumo had imagined. The strongest experts of Tianhuang mainland were gathered. Of course, what was even more frightening was their heart. Even though Suzumo had already revealed the truth of the primordial war and righted the reputation of the taboo divine who, the Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor chose to stand by idly even though they could clearly stop the Heavenly God Emperor when the latter attacked. Suzumo did not say anything more and merely looked at the Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor with a fake smile. The thoughts of the two emperors could not be hidden from him. Both of them were expressionless. What sort of status did the two of them have? The two emperors did not care even if Suzumo read their mind. The Hell Witch Emperor looked at Suzumo as well with a faint green light in his eyes. This soul-reaping art was merely a greater divine power. However, he believed that Suzumo wouldn't be able to defend against it given that the latter had just entered the Mahayana realm. If Suzumo continued staring at him, his soul would be drawn out. Even if the Chen Dragon Emperor was around and could stop it in time, Suzumo's essence spirit would be severely injured. The Hell Witch Emperor wanted to teach Suzumo a lesson. Nobody could provoke him, the Hell Witch Emperor. This desolate marshal truly has a death wish. To think that he would dare provoke the Hell Witch Emperor and even stare into his eyes, someone commented. Your master is going to suffer. Yin Lan suddenly sent a voice transmission to Carefree as well. Just as the Hell Witch Emperor channeled the soul reaping greater divine power, Suzumo's eyes suddenly turned black as ink and emitted a dark and cold glint. Sensing danger, the Nether Glow Stone channeled its Nether Glow Eye. If it was just the Nether Glow Eye, it would be difficult for it to defend against the power of the Hell Witch Emperor's greater divine power. However, there was a mythical object like the Nether Glow Stone in Suzumo's eyes. Suzumo met the gaze of the Hell Witch Emperor and was not disadvantaged at all. Immediately after, as though he was shocked, the Hell Witch Emperor turned his head instinctively and dodged. Although most living beings could not notice that slight movement, the Chen Dragon Emperor and the others present could. The Nether Glow Eye was the visual technique of the taboo divine who. Even the Heavenly Eye race's Heavenly Eye had to avoid it. When the Hell Witch Emperor saw that visual technique, the innate fear in his bloodline was invoked and he had to avoid it instinctively. However, he managed to steady himself before long, albeit with a terrible expression. Everything is clear now, Suzumo declared. In this generation, the reason why the God race wanted to join forces with the Witch, Heavenly Eye and the other primordial races to fight against the Dragon race and human race was because they wanted to expend the strength of Tianhuang mainland. They wanted an internecine outcome between us. That way, God's mainland would be able to invade Tianhuang mainland without any obstruction. I'm not. The Heavenly God Emperor's expression changed as he explained hurriedly, the reason why our primordial 6 races joined forces this time round was to suppress the human race and reign over Tianhuang mainland once more. It's not. Foo-foo. Suzumo sneered and interrupted, how do you explain God's mainland invasion of the Kunlun ruins dozens of years ago? You've planned this for a long time to sow discord between the primordial 8 races. Bullshit. The Heavenly God Emperor had a furious expression and was about to explode. Actually, Suzumo knew that the God race in Tianhuang mainland had yet to make contact with the God race of God's mainland due to the existence of the Kunlun barrier in the Kunlun ruins. However, that was not important. 80 years ago, God's mainland invaded the Kunlun ruins. Now, the primordial races were on the verge of fighting. There was no way the Heavenly God Emperor could explain everything together. The Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor, Malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor, Blood Emperor and Black Eye Emperor gestured and led the primordial races to retreat gradually, distancing themselves from the God race. In the blink of an eye, the God race was isolated within Enigma Palace. Chapter 1637 Resolutely Firm. Chapter 1637 Resolutely Firm. Hell Witch, Golden Crow. What's the meaning of this? The Heavenly God Emperor frowned and asked in a deep voice, do you guys really believe what this junior said? The Hell Witch Emperor and the others were expressionless and indifferent. The Heavenly God Emperor took a deep breath of air. The primordial war was done by our god race's ancestors and they've already aged. Although they did commit a huge mistake, it has nothing to do with us. Over the years, the god race has grown and developed in Tianhuang mainland. We've long regarded ourselves as part of Tianhuang mainland. Can't our many years of relationship compare to a few words of this, Junior? You've never told us the truth despite our many years of relationship. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor said coldly, if not for today's matter, our primordial 5 races would have been kept in the dark still. We would have been used like weapons. Hee hee. The Hell Witch Emperor chuckled oddly as well and did not say anything. None of the emperors present were fools. Since they knew the truth about the primordial war and the origin of the god race, they were naturally wary of the god race. The Blood Emperor sneered as well, Heavenly God Emperor, if the primordial races fall into a battle royal and suffer immense losses, will you still be on good terms with us when God's mainland invades and takes over Tianhuang mainland? In the blink of an eye, the situation of the 10,000 race meet underwent a shocking change. Initially, the primordial 6 races had a torrential aura and were aggressive when they joined forces. The human race had almost no way out. But now that Su Zimo had awakened and revealed the truth of the primordial war, he destroyed the alliance of the primordial 6 races and isolated the god race. Everyone, since that's the case, the primordial 8 races should join forces to suppress the god race and take revenge for our ancestors of the primordial era. The barbarian race shouted with a murderous aura. I agree. The Kuan Empress's expression was cold as well. The death of the primordial taboo, the Kuan Peng, was plotted against by the god race and that enraged the Kuan Empress greatly. The Kuan Empress said, the god race is a huge latent danger in Tianhuang mainland. We should eliminate them as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. The Chen Dragon Emperor did not say anything. He had lived for so long and could read the situation even clearer. He knew very well that even with the truth of the primordial war, things would not be that simple because the hearts of people were complex. The Hell Witch Emperor smiled. Indeed. Back then, the Dragon Phoenix and Kuan Peng died tragically. The culprit for that was the god race. The combined forces of the Dragon, Kuan, and Barbarian races alongside the Chen Dragon Emperor is enough to destroy the god race. The Barbarian Emperor frowned. What do you mean by that? The Hell Witch Emperor smiled. Don't worry, if you attack to kill the god race, the witch race will definitely not help them. The Golden Crow race won't step in either. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor added. The emperors of the Bloodvine, Rakshasa, and Heavenly Eye races expressed their stance as well. It was easy to see what the 5 emperors were planning. They wanted to stay out of things and watch coldly from the sidelines. They wanted the Dragon, Kuan, and Barbarian races to fight against the god race. The best would be if they fought to the death with an internecine outcome. The Kuan Empress said in a deep voice, if the primordial 8 races join forces, we can kill the god race with the least losses. What's the meaning of this? The Hell Witch Emperor waved his hand. We were allies with the god race in the past after all. It's truly immoral for us to attack our allies in the blink of an eye. I can't help you in this matter even if I want to. The Heavenly God Emperor's expression was dark. He knew very well that if not for the fact that he was strong and posed a huge threat to the Hell Witch Emperor and the others, the god race might have been destroyed today. The current situation had already swiftly turned into an alliance of the Dragon, Kuan, and Barbarian races. The Witch, Golden Crow, Bloodvine, Heavenly Eye, and Rakshasa races were together by the sidelines. The god race was isolated. The 3 factions were wary of one another and none of them were willing to attack. Indeed, there was a high chance that the Dragon, Kuan, and Barbarian races could destroy the god race if they joined forces. However, the 3 races would definitely suffer immense losses in this battle. Given the Chen Dragon Emperor's lifespan, there was a high chance that he would die on the spot. At that time, who could protect this generation's Dragon Phoenix? As for the Witch race and the other primordial races, they were wary of the Heavenly God Emperor and would naturally not attack casually. It would be best if they could reap the rewards later on. As for the god race, they would naturally not foolishly take the initiative to challenge the primordial 8 races. A mysterious balance was formed between the 3 factions. The Chen Dragon Emperor coughed a few times and said slowly, "Since that's the case, let's sit down and have a good talk at this 10,000 race meet. Right now, God's mainland is coveting and can invade at any moment. The most advantageous situation for Tianhuang mainland is for the 10,000 races to coexist and not ignite any more flames of war." Many cultivators were invigorated as they saw hope once more. Everyone finally understood the significance and impact of Su Zimo revealing the truth of the primordial war. Apart from the fact that the god race was isolated, the alliance of the primordial 6 races was disintegrated. Most importantly, the primordial races of Tianhuang mainland sensed danger and would not dare to wage war recklessly. It's fine for the 10,000 races to coexist. The Hell Witch Emperor was silent for a moment before saying slowly, "Back in the primordial era, the 10,000 races coexisted as well. However, the human race was not a part of that." The Chen Dragon Emperor and the others frowned. Su Zimo asked deeply, "What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Su Zimo had already become the only existence on the side of the human race who dared to converse with the emperors of the primordial races. "Nothing much." The Hell Witch Emperor sneered, "That's the truth. In the primordial era, the human race was the end of the 10,000 races and was enslaved by them. You had no dignity and status at all and were even food and subordinates of the various races. Right now, what rights does the human race have to want to coexist with the 10,000 races?" That blooded history seemed extremely ear-piercing when spoken by the Hell Witch Emperor. Many cultivators were pale and felt extremely humiliated. "That's a long time ago. Su Zimo shouted, "After the ancient war, weren't the primordial races suppressed mercilessly by our human ancestor, the eternal human emperor? You guys could only live ignobly. All these years, what dignity and status do you guys have?" Although Su Zimo had just entered the Mahayana realm, he was not disadvantaged in terms of aura against a top emperor like the Hell Witch Emperor. It's because that was the truth. Su Zimo was not alone. Behind him was the dazzling cultivation civilization, the ancient emperors that left their names in history and the glorious era of the human race. He had that confidence. When they heard that, the blood in the bodies of many cultivators seemed to be boiling and burning. Humans had indeed experienced the tragic era of darkness. However, they managed to survive in that savage primordial era because of their unyielding spirit. They rose in the ancient era and ruled over Tianhuang mainland, creating a glorious civilization. Although the human race was weak in the past, we reached a peak that even the primordial races could not. Su Zimo's voice was resolute as he shouted, "Back then, the eternal human emperor appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the emperors. Which of you primordial races dared to stand out and act arrogantly in front of him?" At the mention of the eternal human emperor, many cultivators clenched their fists emotionally. The humiliation they felt earlier on was swept away completely. Even though countless years had passed, the reappearance of the human emperor's phantom was enough to terrify the primordial races. It was clear how much they were afraid of the human emperor in the past. Chapter 1638, 3 Punches. Chapter 1638, 3 Punches. The age of the human emperor has passed. The malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor harumphed coldly. Throughout history, the human race has only produced a single human emperor. How can you guys compare to us primordial races? What rights do you guys have to be equals with us? In the eyes of the primordial races, humans had always been the ants of the primordial era. After letting those ants rule over Tianhuang mainland for so many years, the primordial races had long been pent up and wouldn't back down so easily. The Chen Dragon Emperor said slowly, "The trend of the primordial races' rise in this generation is inevitable. Everyone, why do you insist on being so overbearing?" The Hell Witch Emperor shook his head. "Dragon race, we've already taken a step back by promising you guys to coexist with the 10,000 races so that a fight would be avoided. These humans are the ones pushing their luck. If we were truly overbearing, which of these humans in Enigma Palace could survive? Everyone, please give me some face." The Chen Dragon Emperor sighed. "I truly don't wish to see the masses of Tianhuang mainland plunged into misery and suffering with the flames of war during these short years I have left. The Hell Witch Emperor pondered for a moment. All right. Since that's the case, the human race has to agree to give up all their territories. All human cultivators, scram to Penglai Island. You're not allowed to step foot onto Tianhuang mainland for the rest of your life. Ah! The crowd exclaimed. Although the Hell Witch Emperor spared the human race, he wanted to exile all cultivators to Penglai Island. While Penglai Island was huge, it could not accommodate all the cultivators of Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, there were millions of plain citizens and masses in Tianhuang mainland. Although the cultivation civilization of the human race was indeed preserved, what about all the masses? The barbarian emperor frowned slightly and asked, how should we deal with the millions of mortals scattered all over Tianhuang mainland? Naturally, those ants will become the slaves and food of the 10,000 races. The Blood Emperor smacked his lips excitedly. No. Su Zimo rejected without hesitation. Don't be in a hurry to reject. The Hell Witch Emperor smiled. I can even give you sects and factions a second choice. If you submit to our primordial races, you'll naturally be able to survive without having to run to Penglai Island. Right, from now on, the God race should head to Penglai Island as well. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor looked at the Heavenly God Emperor and suddenly said, Brother Heavenly God, does the God race have any objections? Sure, that's fine. The Heavenly God Emperor nodded. Now that the God race was a mass target, he could definitely take a step back. Furthermore, the God race could start a massacre on Penglai Island. Although Penglai Island could not accommodate that many cultivators, it was more than enough for the God race to reproduce and survive. The crowd stirred. If the God and human races were both exiled to Penglai Island, how many human cultivators could survive? The Golden Crow Fire Emperor's arrangement was extremely vicious. The Chen Dragon Emperor sighed. You're trying to push the human race to a dead end. Don't say that. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor smiled gently. Back then, didn't the Eternal Human Emperor ask us primordial races to live ignobly as well? This is merely karma. The Hell Witch Emperor smiled as well. Chen Dragon Emperor, don't say that we didn't give the human race a chance this time round. Two choices, they either submit or scram to Penglai Island. The human race can choose whichever they want. This arrangement was not only vicious, the difficult situation was left for the Chen Dragon Emperor as well. If the Chen Dragon Emperor was indifferent and allowed the God race to descend upon Penglai Island, they would definitely kill the human race. However, if he were to wage a war against the God race right now and fight to the death against the Heavenly God Emperor, the Hell Witch Emperor and the others would be able to reap the rewards. The Chen Dragon Emperor could neither advance nor retreat. At that moment, the Chen Dragon Emperor seemed to have aged considerably. A commotion broke out in the crowd as well. Some sects and factions were already showing signs of submission. It was not their fault. If even super sects such as Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect chose to submit, what could they do? Do they really have to flee to Penglai Island only to be killed by the God race? At the very least, they could survive if they submitted to the primordial 5 races right now. Chen Dragon Emperor, give it up. The Hell Witch Emperor laughed. Up till this point of the 10,000 race meet, not even a single emperor of the human race dared to show themselves. Why are you so insistent? Suddenly, the Heavenly God Emperor sneered. How about this? As long as any emperor of the human race dares to appear and take 3 of my punches, I can guarantee that I won't kill the human race on Penglai Island. After a while, no one replied. Many cultivators lowered their heads with dejected expressions. The Heavenly God Emperor roared in laughter. Who dares to show themselves and fight? Nobody appeared still. Ha ha ha. A series of laughter broke out from the primordial races. I see you. The Heavenly God Emperor looked at Su Zimo in a provocative manner and sneered, Desolate Marshal, the emperors of the human race are a bunch of cowards that are as timid as rat. I'll wait for you on Penglai Island. The Heavenly God Emperor hated Su Zimo to the core. As such, he was relentless in his cruel insults to the human race as well. Heavenly God Emperor, I'll take your 3 punches. Right then, an old voice sounded from the depths of Enigma Palace. 6 cultivators tore through the hall and walked over slowly, each of them emitting a powerful aura. That was the might of emperors. Emperors of the human race. Their leader was the storyteller of Enigma Palace. The 5 emperors beside him, judging from their robes, were from Snowdrift Valley, Purple Firmament Sect, Overlord Palace, Pure Maiden Sect and Diamond Monastery. 6 emperors of the human race had arrived. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned. He noticed that the auras of the 6 emperors were unstable, as though they had expended a lot of energy. As for the storyteller in the lead, his hair was already white and he had a drained expression. Although he straightened his body, he was almost in a withered state. Beside Su Zimo, Lin Xuanji clenched his fists and pursed his lips with a pained expression. What's wrong with senior storyteller? He could not help but ask. Lin Xuanji shook his head without saying anything. Fu. The heavenly god emperor looked at the storyteller and the other 5 and laughed, sneering. Why? That divine power ranking isn't easy to control, right? The divine power ranking, the emperor weapon, had already vanished from the skies and returned to the ancient battlefield. The storyteller stood out and said in a deep voice, Heavenly God Emperor, let me tell you, even if the fortune of the human race is weak in this generation, not all of us are coward. I can crush your bones with a single finger. The heavenly god emperor sneered. Storyteller, let me do it, the emperor of Diamond Monastery said in a deep voice. There's no need. Since things have come to this, I can only give it a shot. The storyteller smiled suavely. Everyone dies. Even if I die here today, the dignity of the human race can't be trampled casually by a foreign race. Come on. The storyteller walked forward. You must have a death wish. The heavenly god emperor was long enraged. He extended a single finger and pushed down fiercely on the storyteller. Divine light shone brightly and the void trembled. Chapter 1639 Human Emperor's Palace. Chapter 1639 Human Emperor's Palace. The storyteller had a grim expression as he channeled his essence spirit. Waving both hands in front of him, he suddenly threw out his sleeves and shouted, Sleeve Universe. Swoosh. The heavenly god emperor's finger did not manage to make contact with the body of the storyteller. Instead, it was as though he had fallen into a boundless universe. Sleeve Universe was a supreme divine power. A single sleeve of his Tao robes contained an entire universe. Although the attack power of that supreme divine power was not strong, it could encompass everything. Even everyone in Enigma Palace could be contained by that small sleeve. In that single universe, the heavenly god emperor's finger burst forth with boundless divine light and spread continuously. The heavenly god emperor harumphed coldly and an extremely terrifying power spread from the finger. It was like a gigantic spear that was sharp and wanted to penetrate and judge everything. The storyteller's expression changed slightly. Sheeing. The sleeve of the storyteller shattered instantly. That universe was also torn by the heavenly god emperor's finger and a terrifying power struck the storyteller, turning his body into a blood mist. The difference in strength between the two of them was way too great. Even that supreme divine power could not defend against a single finger of the heavenly god emperor. Although they were both supreme divine powers, the power that was released by an emperor who comprehended 6 supreme divine powers was naturally many times stronger. Su Zimo could see it clearly. The storyteller was not dead. The moment the heavenly god emperor's finger tore through the sleeve universe, the storyteller sensed danger beforehand and escaped with his essence spirit, avoiding the lethal attack. The storyteller's essence spirit floated in midair and looked at the blood mist before him, but he could not condense a physical body for a long time. It was not that he did not want to. It was because the power of his essence spirit was almost depleted and he could not even use blood rebirth. This was a tragic scene. To think that an emperor of the human race would be reduced to such a state. Storyteller. The emperors in the surroundings exclaimed softly. Everyone could sense the storyteller's frailness as his essence spirit and life force drained rapidly. Even without the heavenly god emperor attacking a second time, the storyteller would die soon. Master. Lin Xuanji took a half-step forward and lamented. Although he was impolite towards the storyteller usually, his feelings for the latter were extremely deep. He had never called the storyteller master. However, at that moment, The words that were buried deep in his heart blurted out. Mystic Emperor. Many cultivators knelt on the ground with sorrowful expressions. Everyone could tell that the reason why the storyteller insisted on standing out despite certain death was because he wanted to protect the last bit of dignity of the human race. Foo-foo. The heavenly god emperor had a mocking expression and said in disdain, "How dare you jump out to die when you can't even defend against a single finger of mine? I'll send you on your final journey." He flicked his finger gently and a divine light shot towards the storyteller. Boom. Boom. Right then, a thunderbolt descended from the skies and struck the divine light, shattering it. Everyone was moved. Even a casual divine light from the heavenly god emperor was enough to destroy most emperors. It was not so easy to shatter it. Who could shatter the power of the heavenly god emperor? Everyone subconsciously looked up. Lightning flashed and thunder crackled above Enigma Palace. A large dark cloud shrouded and formed a gigantic vortex that spun continuously, emitting a terrifying might. A gigantic sea of lightning was formed within the vortex. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. An ancient palace descended slowly within that cloud vortex and appeared above the skies of Enigma Palace. It had a berserk might like a divine being. The human emperor's palace had appeared. Endless fervor surged into the eyes of many cultivators and they were on the verge of cheering. What did the appearance of the human emperor's palace at this moment imply? Was the human emperor going to descend upon Tianhuang mainland? The arrival of the human emperor's palace reignited the hopes of many cultivators. The experts of the primordial races were scared out of their wits and trembled. The phantom of the human emperor earlier on was enough to terrify them, let alone the human emperor's palace. However, the emperors of the primordial races present, such as the Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor and Heavenly God Emperor, had calm expressions. They looked up at the ancient palace and their auras rose continuously. Even the human emperor's palace could not suppress them. Could the eternal human emperor have descended? The red-headed ghost was shocked. The Chen Dragon Emperor shook his head. The human emperor has long ascended to the upper world. There's no way he could have reversed that situation and returned to a lower world like Tianhuang mainland. What does that mean? The red-headed ghost frowned slightly. In this universe, there are countless worlds like Tianhuang mainland. God's mainland is one of them. The Chen Dragon Emperor explained, these worlds are on the same level and their strengths are similar. If one can survive the heavenly tribulation, they will ascend to a higher level of strength, which is the upper world that we're referring to. There are extremely terrifying heaven and earth laws between the upper and lower worlds. If cultivators of the lower worlds want to ascend, they have to undergo the tribulation transcendence where they would most likely be doomed. However, it's also impossible for immortals of the upper world to return to the lower world. Before anyone from the upper world descends upon Tianhuang mainland, they will be destroyed by the heaven and earth laws in the middle. The red-headed ghost nodded. If those of the upper world could come to the lower worlds casually, the millions of worlds in this universe would have long turned into chaos. Su Zimo's expression changed. He wanted to say something but stopped. He was the only one who knew that the situation described by the Chen Dragon Emperor was not absolute. At the very least, Dai Yu had been to Tianhuang mainland before. Given Dai Yu's capabilities, she was definitely an existence of the upper world. Su Zimo asked, why can the human emperor's palace travel down from the upper world? The Chen Dragon Emperor shook his head. The human emperor's palace has never ascended to the upper world. This is the final trump card left behind by the eternal human emperor in Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed something. The Chen Dragon Emperor continued, actually, the primordial races have long returned to their peak of the primordial era. However, the reason why they haven't attacked for so long is because of the threat of the human emperor's palace. The human emperor's palace appeared 7 times to pass down the inheritance of the human emperor. However, that was only symbolic. Its true purpose was to intimidate the primordial races. The owner of the human emperor's palace is the eternal human emperor. However, the person in charge of the human emperor's palace is someone else known as the palace guardian. It's him. Su Zimo recalled the mysterious old man in the human emperor's palace. The Chen Dragon Emperor said, The palace guardians pass down the inheritance continuously, and almost all of them are the strongest emperors of the human race in every generation. Then why did the primordial races dare to attack in this generation? Suzimo asked again. That's because, like me, the palace guardian of this generation is old, the Chen Dragon Emperor said. 40,000 years ago, the palace guardian took a liking to a cultivator and wanted to nurture him as the next successor of the human emperor's palace. He even passed down the human emperor's mirror to that person. Unfortunately, that person died 40,000 years ago, and the palace guardian never managed to find another suitable successor. If that person did not die 40,000 years ago, he would have definitely grown to become the new palace guardian after all these years. As such, the heavenly god emperor and the others wouldn't have dared to act rashly out of caution against him. Chapter 1640, Coexistence of Buddha and Demon. Chapter 1640, Coexistence of Buddha and Demon. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He knew who the Chen Dragon Emperor was referring to 40,000 years ago. Not only that, he even knew that the person was not dead. If anyone could obtain the human emperor's palace's recognition 40,000 years ago, it would have to be Monk Daming alone. In that case, the human emperor phantom that shocked the primordial races earlier on was indeed done by Monk Daming. At that thought, Suzimo felt a sense of sadness. Monk Daming was indeed the most terrifying paragon and monster incarnate of that generation. Notwithstanding the fact that he had entered the human emperor's palace, he had even obtained the recognition of the palace guardian. The latter wanted him to become the successor of the human emperor's palace and continue protecting the human race. Unfortunately, due to a freak coincidence, both Monk Daming and Tao Lord Bloodfiend disappeared after their battle. It was only in this generation that Monk Daming reappeared. However, Monk Daming's appearance this time round also displayed how terrifying he was. It was not only in terms of combat strength, but also his flawless wisdom and planning. He was behind the battles of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Heaven and Earth Valley and Six Stars Mountain, and always wound up as the biggest winner. Suzimo was known as the strongest monster incarnate in history. However, in this generation, the Green Lotus True Body did not gain any advantage against Monk Daming. To be precise, his Green Lotus True Body was manipulated by Monk Daming almost entirely. The two of them fought once and the Green Lotus True Body was completely defeated. If there was somebody of the same cultivation realm the Green Lotus True Body had no confidence against, it would definitely be Monk Daming. Monk Daming had changed way too much after 40,000 years of captivity. He cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. In order to cultivate this fiend technique, he even set up a trap in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to lure many greedy cultivators in. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, he hid behind the scenes and schemed against all the experts in the world, including the primordial races and even Heavenly Secret. He made use of the battle between Suzimo and Enigma Palace to infiltrate Enigma Palace and steal the Mystic Firmament record. It was as though no one could escape his trap. It was as though everyone was his chess piece. However, Monk Daming spared Suzimo's life over a mere string of prayer beads. He even handed the complete Daming prayer beads to Suzimo. His hands were stained with endless blood. However, he set up a spatial seal outside Six Stars Mountain and killed all the blood vines on Six Stars Mountain. He cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and was bloodthirsty. Suzimo's bloodline was an absolute tonic for him. However, he saved Suzimo countless times. Today, at the 10,000 race meet, the primordial races killed wantonly and were arrogant. Not many people in the cultivation world dared to stand out. However, he made use of the human emperor's mirror to reflect the phantom of the human emperor and help the emperors of the human race suppress the primordial races. Monk Daming was a contradictory person. Suzimo had that feeling the moment he saw Monk Daming. He had never seen anyone with such a strong fiendish and Buddhist nature. Monk Daming cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and was bloodthirsty. However, he cultivated in the Buddhist monasteries and had compassion for all living beings. When a person's fiendish and Buddhist nature was so strong, it meant that they were undergoing endless torment and suffering. Monk Daming could have made a choice. He had already cultivated the blood refinement fiend sutra and could completely abandon his Buddhist nature to free himself. However, he did not. In fact, Monk Daming was not a true human. Half of the bloodline of the heavenly eye race flowed through his body. Someone of his status should not have inherited the human emperor's palace. When the palace guardian made this choice 40,000 years ago, he must have hesitated for a long time and endured immense pressure. But today, Suzimo wanted to tell the palace guardian. His choice back then was not wrong. Even though Monk Daming cultivated fiend techniques, he did not turn into a fiend completely. Instead, he stood out in the 10,000 race meet. Palace guardian, come on out. The heavenly god emperor sneered and said in a deep voice, there's no need to act mysterious. You're already old and the successor you chose died 40,000 years ago. The door to the human emperor's palace rose and a figure walked out. Standing in midair, it was the mysterious old man that Suzimo had seen before in the human emperor's palace. The palace guardian tapped his finger gently and a jade-green light entered the storyteller's almost withered essence spirit. An extremely powerful divine power spread through the void. The life force in that jade-green light was shocking. The Chen Dragon Emperor said, everlasting vitality. With this supreme divine power, the storyteller's life is temporarily saved. True enough. Under the nourishment of the jade-green light, the storyteller's essence spirit regained its vitality and consciousness. He channeled his essence spirit and used his blood that was not far away to reconstruct his body in the blink of an eye. Of course, his aura was still extremely weak. While everlasting vitality possessed immense life force, it could not replenish one's lifespan. As for the storyteller, his lifespan was almost depleted. The palace guardian frowned. To think that you would still appear. The hell witch emperor smiled gently. However, the fortune of the human race is depleted in this generation. You can't save them either. The palace guardian said in a deep voice, everyone, our human race can give up most of our territory. However, Penglai Island alone won't be able to accommodate the entire human race. No matter how weak the human race is, we're not at the stage where we would be bullied by the 10,000 races. Of the north, south, east and west regions, the human race will occupy one of them. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor burst into laughter. Palace Guardian, seems like you still don't understand the current situation. You might not be able to leave today. Palace Guardian, you've only comprehended 5 supreme divine powers. Furthermore, you're old. Even I can suppress you. The malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor sneered. Brother malevolent wind, there's no need to attack. The heavenly god emperor's gaze was cold as he said icily, I'll kill him on behalf of everyone. He channeled his blood chi and a golden spear appeared in his palm. With a single step into the skies, he arrived before the palace guardian. Kill. The heavenly god emperor raised his spear and thrust. There were no unnecessary complicated moves. It was just a direct and simple spear that was filled with a resplendent divine light and arrived instantly. Suddenly, the palace guardian straightened his back and his gaze was deep. In his palm, there was a short spear that was only slightly more than a foot long. To be precise, it was a brush. It was green and crystalline like jade. The tip of the brush converged sharply with an unknown silver thread. Swoosh. The palace guardian waved the jade brush in his hands and tapped the spear of the heavenly god emperor. Boom. The seemingly weak jade brush collided against the sharp tip of the spear and let out a loud bang. A terrifying power exploded and spread out a massive halo of light. That's the human emperor's brush. The Chen Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and murmured. Chapter 1641, Divine Powers War. Chapter 1641, Divine Powers War. The human emperor's brush was a supreme dharmic treasure that the human emperor ruled over Tianhuang mainland with in the past. In the ancient war, countless experts of the primordial races died under the human emperor's brush. A single stroke could decide the life and death of an emperor. A single stroke could slay divine weapons. In the ancient era, the human emperor wielded 3 dharmic treasures and was invincible throughout the world. The strongest killing weapon, the human emperor's brush, the strongest defensive item, the human emperor's mirror and the human emperor's seal that possessed the mightiest strength, those were the three dharmic treasure. Right now, the human emperor's mirror and human emperor's brush had already appeared. The human emperor's mirror was in Monk Daming's hands. As for the human emperor's brush, it was in the hands of the palace guardian. The pupils of the experts of the primordial races constricted with wary expressions the moment the jade-green human emperor's brush appeared. Kill! The heavenly god emperor shouted fearlessly. The divine blood in his body surged and the phantom of a gigantic heavenly god descended. His combat strength increased exponentially as he charged towards the palace guardian. The palace guardian chanted and released secret skills as well. His aura rose continuously and his blood chi surged. He waved the human emperor's brush in his hands and clashed against the heavenly god emperor repeatedly. The void trembled and gigantic cracks appeared. The battlefield had already collapsed and even ordinary emperors would die if they were drawn into it by accident. This was a battle between top emperors. The living beings of the 10,000 races had long retreated far away. With the Chen Dragon Emperor in front of him, Su Zimo could observe the battle at a close distance. This battle was a rare opportunity for Su Zimo's two true bodies to comprehend and learn. Right now, both parties were clearly not using their full strength. They were merely competing in terms of blood chi and melee combat. Once they used their divine powers, it would be even more terrifying. Su Zimo asked softly. The heavenly god emperor comprehended 4 supreme divine powers. Under normal circumstances, his combat strength should be equivalent to an emperor of the human race who comprehended 6 supreme divine powers. The palace guardian only comprehended 5 supreme divine powers. How is he going against the heavenly god emperor without being disadvantaged? It's because of the human emperor's palace. The Chen Dragon Emperor explained, this human emperor's palace was created before the human emperor ascended through the tribulation. It was an emperor weapon that was left in Tianhuang mainland and contained the ultimate power and might of the human emperor. The palace guardian did not leave the human emperor's palace the entire time. In truth, he's making use of the human emperor's palace's strength to fight against the heavenly god emperor. Steel cavalry. Right then, the heavenly god emperor was getting impatient when he saw that he could not continue attacking for the longest time. Waving his spear, he pointed in the direction of the palace guardian. Boom! 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 An ancient cavalry appeared behind the heavenly god emperor. The warriors wielded spears and wore battle armor. Even the horses they rode wore armor, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone with a dark light. The spears of the cavalry shone with a golden light and the sound of their hooves was deafening. The cavalry charged over and almost trampled the firmaments into dust as dense cracks appeared in the skies. The ground shook and the mountains trembled. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. That force was way too terrifying. When the cavalry charged over, they could crush the entire Enigma Palace into pieces and trample it into ruins. A supreme divine power. Only supreme divine powers could release such a shocking might. The palace guardian had a grim expression as he waved the human emperor's brush in his hands and drew swiftly in front of him, hollering softly, "Earth prison drawing." Boom! Boom! Green divine lights burst forth from the human emperor's brush and entered the void. Right in front of many cultivators, the ground beneath the feet of the cavalry suddenly cracked and gravel flew everywhere, forming gigantic heavenly piercing stone pillars that created a massive prison. The stone pillars were filled with spikes and were incomparably sharp. This prison imprisoned the steel cavalry that was released by the heavenly god emperor. Bang! 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 The two supreme divine powers collided in midair and let out a deafening bang. Before long, the two supreme divine powers dissipated and a powerful might spread through the void in a shuddering manner. Good, you do have some capabilities indeed. The heavenly god emperor's eyes shone coldly as he said murderously, "Let's see how long more you can last." The Chen Dragon Emperor sighed gently. Su Zimo frowned as well. Although the palace guardian was backed by the human emperor's palace and received an endless boost from it, he was old after all. However, the heavenly god emperor was at his peak. If they were embroiled in a bitter battle, the palace guardian would definitely not be able to hold out. Right then, The dragon phoenix true body narrowed his eyes slightly and a grey fog surged out from his hands, forming a saber between his palms rapidly. The greater divine power, time is like a saber. Swoosh. The grey saber slashed towards the heavenly god emperor. Foo-foo. Many emperors had already seen that. However, they did not stop him. Instead, they sneered with mocking gazes. How ignorant. He thinks he can injure the heavenly god emperor with a mere greater divine power? The golden crow fire emperor sneered. The hell witch emperor did not say anything and frowned instead. He could sense an unusual aura from that saber. Although the heavenly god emperor was fighting against the palace guardian, he was not oblivious to his surroundings. When he sensed the grey saber descending behind him, he could not help but stifle a chuckle. The light of a firefly. Without even turning back, the heavenly god emperor grabbed in reverse and crushed the grey saber. Naturally, his palm was completely unharmed. But soon, his expression changed. Something was amiss. In that instant, his lifespan decreased by more than 30,000 years. This time round, the heavenly god emperor was shocked. Generally speaking, the lifespan of the god race was twice that of the human race. In other words, the lifespan of an emperor of the god race was 200,000 years. However, the heavenly god emperor's talent was terrifying. He only took slightly more than 100,000 years to cultivate to this realm. The moment the saber slashed down, he was 130,000 years old. Did I imagine it? The heavenly god emperor could not react in time and condensed his divine power, wanting to recover his lifespan. In his opinion, he could not imagine how a greater divine power could affect him. Even if his lifespan was reduced, it would recover to its original state as long as he channeled the power of divine powers. However, the next moment, his expression darkened completely. His 30,000 years of lifespan had vanished permanently. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others noticed the change in the heavenly god emperor as well. The lifespan reduction of this divine power is irreversible. It's just a greater divine power. How did it injure the heavenly god emperor? The Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the others frowned. The Hell Witch Emperor said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be careful. This greater divine power of Desolate Marshal is a little strange. It has already come into contact with the power of time and we can't use our bodies to defend against it. We can only defeat it by using the power of divine powers. Junior, how dare you?" Sensing the change in his body, the heavenly god emperor was enraged and abandoned his position against the palace guardian. He turned around and charged towards the dragon phoenix true body. He did not receive any injuries from his battle against the palace guardian. To think that the slash of the dragon phoenix true body would sever 30,000 years of his lifespan. Chapter 1642, God's Kingdom. Chapter 1642, God's Kingdom. The heavenly god emperor turned around and charged over. By now, the dragon phoenix true body had already condensed a second time saber and slashed towards the former. The heavenly god emperor's pupils constricted and his heart skipped a beat. This time round, he did not dare to be careless as he waved the golden spear in reverse and tapped towards the grey saber. However, the grey saber seemed incorporeal as it passed through the golden spear and slashed towards the heavenly god emperor. Pest! The heavenly god emperor gasped and his expression changed. Time was like a saber. Although it was not a supreme divine power, it was the power of time. It was the most incorporeal and difficult to comprehend. Weapons like dharmic treasures could not stop the passage of time. The heavenly god emperor could not allow the second slash to land on him. Although he was 130,000 years old after being slashed, he could still maintain his peak and his blood chi was strong. However, if he became 160,000 years old after the second slash, the descent from his peak would begin. That was a loss he could not endure. The heavenly god emperor did not have time to think and released the innate divine power of the god race, the divine blood hoop, right away. Boom! The blood chi in the heavenly god emperor's body surged and with his divine body as the center, a dazzling golden divine hoop suddenly burst forth and spread in all direction. The divine hoop swept past the time saber and destroyed it instantly, shattering the saber into nothingness. After all, the time saber was only a greater divine power. It could not withstand a single blow against the power of a supreme divine power. The power of the divine blood hoop did not weaken after destroying the time saber and enveloped the dragon phoenix true body. The Chen Dragon Emperor stood out and extended his palm. In midair, he condensed a powerful azure dragon claw that was filled with the power of a supreme divine power and grabbed the divine hoop. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the divine blood hoop struck the azure dragon claw. The Chen Dragon Emperor shuddered. The divine blood hoop was crushed by the azure dragon claw as well and dissipated. However, the power of the divine power reverberated in midair for a long time. Heavenly God Emperor, what are you trying to do? Ancient dragon chi coiled around the Chen Dragon Emperor and his horns were towering. His body expanded and he could transform into his divine dragon form at any moment to fight the Heavenly God Emperor. The Heavenly God Emperor paused with a wary expression. Heavenly God Emperor, go on. We'll help you watch over the dragon race and no one will disturb you anymore, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor said coldly. Naturally, the 5 emperors were delighted to see that. They wanted the Heavenly God Emperor to fight against the Palace Guardian while they watched coldly from the sidelines, waiting to reap the rewards. The Heavenly God Emperor was no fool either. The reason why he wanted to kill the Palace Guardian was because he wanted to get his hands on the Human Emperor's palace. As long as he obtained the powerful Emperor weapon, the Human Emperor's palace, his combat strength would increase once more and he would be able to fight even if the emperors of the primordial races joined forces. At that thought, the Heavenly God Emperor glared at the dragon phoenix true body fiercely and gave up on this side for the time being. He turned towards the Palace Guardian once more. Boom! 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 This time round, the Heavenly God Emperor condensed a bloodline phenomenon right away. An ancient and majestic pyramid appeared beneath him. It was mysterious and powerful, comparable to the Human Emperor's palace in terms of aura. Millions of living beings around the pyramid knelt and prayed. Divine power that was visible to the naked eye surged into the Heavenly God Emperor's body continuously, causing his aura to climb rapidly. Kill. Carrying the power of his bloodline phenomenon, the Heavenly God Emperor raised his golden spear and stabbed it towards the Palace Guardian. Boom! Like a streak of light, the golden spear vanished completely and arrived before the Palace Guardian instantly. It was sharp and penetrated everything. The Palace Guardian waved the Human Emperor's brush and tapped forward. Clang! The seemingly soft tip of the brush collided with the golden spear and let out a metallic sound with sparks. The Palace Guardian's expression changed and he staggered 2 steps back. Swoosh! The golden streak of light stabbed once more. The spear technique of the Heavenly God Emperor did not have any complex moves. It was direct and simple, releasing the most terrifying power at the fastest speed. Clang! 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 The Palace Guardian waved the Human Emperor's brush and clashed against the Heavenly God Emperor head-on while retreating continuously. In just a few breaths, the Heavenly God Emperor had shot out dozens of spears. As for the Palace Guardian, he retreated continuously with an increasingly ugly expression. Bang! In the end, the Palace Guardian smashed against the Human Emperor's palace and grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Palace Guardian, you're finished. The Heavenly God Emperor stood on the top of the pyramid and streams of divine light entered his body continuously. Wielding a spear, his aura was torrential like a god. The eyes of the Palace Guardian landed on the bloodline phenomenon of the Heavenly God Emperor. With this bloodline phenomenon, the power of the Heavenly God Emperor would increase continuously, almost limitlessly. He had to dispel the bloodline phenomenon in order to salvage the situation. Go! The Palace Guardian channeled his essence spirit and the Human Emperor's palace that stood erected in midair behind him moved. It shook off countless dust and charged towards the bloodline phenomenon beneath the Heavenly God Emperor with a terrifying aura. The pyramid collided heavily against the Human Emperor's palace with a loud bang. The Heavenly God Emperor shuddered and nearly fell from the top of the pyramid. Crack! 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 The pyramid split open and golden divine lights burst forth. No matter how strong the bloodline phenomenon of the Heavenly God Emperor was, it could not defend against the might of the Human Emperor's palace. The Heavenly God Emperor's expression was cold as he said icily, You've only comprehended 5 supreme divine powers at the end of the day. You won't be able to last long even with the help of the Emperor weapon, supreme divine power, God's kingdom. The heavenly God Emperor hollered and extended his palm. Extremely terrifying divine powers spread out from his palm and surged into the bloodline phenomenon beneath him. The initially shattered pyramid healed at a visible speed. Immediately after, the bloodline phenomenon beneath him transformed into a streak of light and entered his palm. In the palm of the heavenly God Emperor, there was more than one pyramid like that. It was dense and endless. Millions of living beings knelt beneath each pyramid. Powerful god race beings sat above the pyramid. The pyramids floated in midair and held the gods as they looked down on the masses. Golden light filled the air. There were many gods' jurisdictions. The bloodline phenomenon of the heavenly God Emperor was already strong enough. However, within that supreme divine power, the bloodline phenomenon was only a fraction of its total power. God's kingdom. The Chen Dragon Emperor had a grim expression. That supreme divine power is almost the strongest killing technique of the god race. Even I can't defend against it and escape unscathed. I'm afraid the Palace Guardian won't be able to defend against it. On the battlefield. The Palace Guardian knew how terrifying that supreme divine power was as well. With a grim expression, he waved the human emperor's brush and cut his wrist. Instantly, fresh blood gushed out. The silver tip of the emperor brush turned grisly red the moment it was tainted by the blood. The Palace Guardian wielded the human emperor's brush and swiped through the void. A crimson shade streaked through the void and lingered. Instantly, that blood light descended on the heavenly God Emperor's God's kingdom. Although that world of the god race shuddered, nothing was affected. Chapter 1643 Welcome, Master. Chapter 1643 Welcome, Master. The Palace Guardian grit his teeth and channeled his essence spirit. Waving the human emperor's brush, he drew another line in the void, leaving another blood scar. The scar crossed with the first scar like 2 long sabers with a chilling killing intent. After the Palace Guardian released the 2 streaks of blood scars, his expression was evidently much paler. There was sweat on his forehead, as though he had expended a lot of energy. However, the 2 blood scars did not cause much of an impact to the supreme divine power of the heavenly God Emperor. The heavenly God Emperor held the god's kingdom in his palm and charged towards the Palace Guardian. The Palace Guardian took a deep breath of air and waved the human emperor's brush once more. He drew 2 lines beneath the 2 blood scars and wrote across. The 2 blood scars charged towards the heavenly God Emperor. The heavenly God Emperor had a fearless expression and sneered. He raised the god's kingdom and blocked the 2 blood scars. This time round, the heavenly God Emperor paused as well. However, the situation of the Palace Guardian was even worse. After the 2 blood scars were drawn, the Palace Guardian's body even shuddered and he became extremely weak. The Palace Guardian seems to be writing something. Frowning slightly, Su Zimo murmur. The Chen Dragon Emperor nodded. This is an extremely powerful supreme divine power with a terrifying killing power. Back when the eternal human emperor released this supreme divine power, countless emperors were buried. This supreme divine power is called the killing word art. Killing word art. A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. The Palace Guardian wants to write the word kill, yes. The Chen Dragon Emperor nodded before shaking his head. However, he can't use this supreme divine power yet. He's already at his limits by just writing 4 strokes. What should we do? The Dragon Phoenix true body frowned. Are we just going to watch the Palace Guardian get killed by the heavenly God Emperor just like that? The Chen Dragon Emperor was silent. The Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crow Fire Emperor and the others glared at him. If he attacked, a massive battle between the emperors would definitely break out. At that time, the situation would get out of hand and even the taboo Dragon Phoenix might die here. That was a loss that the dragon race could not accept. The Chen Dragon Emperor could only choose to protect the Dragon Phoenix true body. I believe that he will definitely come. Right then, the storyteller not far away looked up at the firmaments and murmured softly with a pious expression. Almost everyone was watching the battle in midair and nobody heard the storyteller's words. However, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but ask, "Who?" The storyteller merely gazed at the firmaments in silence. Suddenly, an extremely bold thought crossed Suzimo's mind and he jumped in shock. However, he quickly denied that thought. Impossible. Suzimo shook his head. Absolutely impossible. On the battlefield. The palace guardian glared at the heavenly god emperor without shifting his gaze. Gripping the human emperor's brush with both hands, he trembled and drew a fifth blood scar. That blooded kill character was almost complete and he was only missing the final stroke. The fifth scar struck the god's kingdom and it shook violently with a creaking sound, as though it was on the brink of collapse. Even if they were not emperors, everyone could tell that as long as the palace guardian wrote the sixth stroke and completed the kill character, he would definitely be able to destroy the god's kingdom of the heavenly god emperor. However, the palace guardian could not finish the final stroke no matter what. The fifth stroke was his limit. The palace guardian gripped the human emperor's brush and his vision was blurring, could no longer hold on. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly god emperor reared his head in laughter. Palace guardian, give up. This generation is not the ancient era. Notwithstanding the fact that you're just a dog of the human emperor, even if the eternal human emperor descends in this generation, I'll be able to suppress him. The heavenly god emperor had that confidence. Even though the eternal human emperor was so powerful, he merely comprehended 6 supreme divine powers in the past. Right now, his combat strength was equivalent to an emperor of the human race who had comprehended 6 supreme divine powers. Snap! The moment the heavenly god emperor said that, a thunderbolt sounded from the skies and exploded. The living beings of the 10,000 races felt their ears buzz and their minds went blank, stunned. Even the emperors present frowned slightly, let alone them. The impact on the heavenly god emperor was even greater and his body swayed. His ears hurt in an unbearable manner and he had a pained expression. It was as though the heavenly god emperor was punished by the heavens for challenging the eternal human emperor. All the living beings of the 10,000 races raised their heads. A gigantic crack appeared in the firmaments and blinding white lights burst forth from within, emanating an extremely terrifying pressure. That pressure did not seem like it came from Tianhuang mainland, but another dimension. It was as though a hole had been torn through the skies of Tianhuang mainland. When Mahayana patriarchs tear through the voids, it is within the same world. But now, a terrifying external power had descended and penetrated this part of Tianhuang mainland. The storyteller looked at the blazing lights in the firmaments and knelt on the ground excitedly. The palace guardian caught his breath and sobered up. When he saw the storyteller's actions, he seemed to have realized something and exclaimed, "You exhausted your lifespan so that you can use that secret skill?" "Yes." The storyteller replied loudly. The palace guardian had a conflicted expression as he looked at the blazing light in the firmaments and knelt on the ground as well, shouting, "Welcome, Master! Welcome, Master!" All the living beings present were slightly stunned and could not react for a moment. But soon, their expressions changed. Wasn't the master of the palace guardian? Eternal human emperor! The emperors exclaimed. Impossible! The Hell Witch Emperor shouted, "The eternal human emperor has already ascended to the upper world and there are extremely terrifying great Tao laws between the upper and lower worlds. How can the eternal human emperor return to Tianhuang mainland?" Suzimo did not say anything and merely stared at the firmaments fixedly. A figure walked out from the blazing light. The man was extremely handsome and wore white robes. His black hair danced and his eyes were deep like the stars, as though they contained endless secrets and wisdom. The world seemed to have frozen and everything went still. The man looked down and his eyes revealed endless vicissitudes and emotions. At that moment, Tianhuang mainland went silent. In the depths of the 1,000-year blood sea in Thousand Demon Valley, an extremely terrifying existence retracted its aura rapidly and returned to normal. In the middle continent, a squeaking sound could initially be heard from an ancient coffin beneath a cemetery, as though someone was using their fingernails to scratch the coffin. However, all of a sudden, the sound vanished. The ancient coffin returned to normal as well. East Sea. A small boat floated. A fisherman with a bamboo hat was initially crossing his legs, lying leisurely on the small boat and basking in the sun. Suddenly, the fisherman shuddered and flipped over, falling into the East Sea. The moment he entered the sea, the fisherman vanished and turned into a gigantic fish that swam towards the depths of the sea. Chapter 1644 Eternal Human Emperor. Chapter 1644 Eternal Human Emperor. Eternal Human Emperor. The living beings of the 10,000 races widened their eyes and their mouths were agape. They were so shocked that they could not say anything as disbelief filled their faces. The experts of the primordial races were scared out of their wits and shuddered. This was not the phantom of the human emperor. This was the true eternal human emperor that possessed his shuddering Tao and Dharmic techniques. Even the strongest emperors such as the heavenly god emperor, the Hell Witch emperor and the others could not see through the cultivation realm of the eternal human emperor. Now that such a long time had passed, given the eternal human emperor's talent and potential, it was unimaginable what sort of cultivation realm he had reached. Thud. Thud. The experts of the primordial races knelt on the ground and trembled with pale expressions. Even the Hell Witch emperor, the heavenly god emperor and the others were no exception. All the living beings of the 10,000 races knelt down. Even though the eternal human emperor did not exude any might intentionally, his reputation was enough to shock the 10,000 races. The eyes of many cultivators were filled with endless excitement and passion. Eternal human emperor. This emperor of the legends, who was the strongest and most stunning existence of the ancient era, had descended upon Tianhuang mainland once more when the human race was in danger. Greetings, human emperor. Many cultivators were invigorated and yelled excitedly. Who dares to bully humans now that the human emperor has arrived? Some cultivators shouted. Another person looked at the emperors of the primordial 6 races and grit his teeth. Where's the arrogance of your primordial races earlier on? Heavenly God Emperor, didn't you say you were going to suppress the eternal human emperor? Come on, stand up. Heavenly God Emperor, why are you kneeling on the ground like a dog? Many cultivators sneered. Impossible. How is that possible? The heavenly God Emperor and the others were sweating profusely as they looked at the man in the firmaments in disbelief with fear in their eyes. This descent from the upper world had completely broken the heaven and earth laws. The upper and lower worlds were on completely different levels and were bound by extremely stringent laws of the Great Tao. In order to ascend to the upper world from a lower world, one had to undergo the heavenly tribulations and would most likely be doomed. However, anyone who wishes to head to a lower world from the upper world would face absolute doom. It was exactly because of the existence of such great Tao laws that the upper and lower worlds were mutually exclusive. As such, living beings of the lower worlds could grow and cultivate naturally. If experts of the upper world could casually arrive in the lower worlds, a single casual palm strike that contained the power of the upper world could easily destroy a part of the lower world. At that time, the entire universe would be in chaos. Although the Hell Witch Emperor was kneeling on the ground, his gaze was fixed on the eternal human emperor. In the witch race, there were records of descent from experts of the upper world. Even if experts of the upper world were to break the heaven and earth laws and force their way down, they would definitely pay an extremely high price that might be their blood, lifespans, or even their cultivation. That was a price that experts of the upper world could not endure. The Hell Witch Emperor did not believe that the human emperor could be safe and sound after descending upon Tianhuang mainland. The human emperor shifted his gaze towards the 1,000-year blood sea in Thousand Demon Valley and frowned slightly. Immediately, his gaze turned to a gigantic cemetery in the middle continent, landing on an ancient coffin as though it penetrated the ground. 01. Finally, the human emperor turned around and gazed at the East Sea. The small boat in the East Sea was empty. A look of worry flashed through the human emperor's eyes as he sighed gently. The danger that the human race was facing was even more serious than he had imagined. But now, although he was summoned by the storyteller and arrived at Tianhuang mainland, he could not stay here for long due to the restrictions of the laws of this world. Even if he had already sensed the latent dangers of Tianhuang mainland, he did not have the time or energy to deal with them. He could only try his best to help the human race tide through the immediate danger before them. The human emperor retracted his gaze and walked towards Enigma Palace. Each time he took a step forward, the world shook. An extremely terrifying power surged towards the human emperor, as though it wanted to kill him on the spot. The human emperor was expressionless and did not stop in his tracks. However, that power grew stronger and more terrifying, as though it was about to crush the human emperor into dust. When the living beings of the 10,000 races saw that, they had bewildered expressions and did not know what happened to the eternal human emperor. The emperors present vaguely guessed the answer. Those were the heaven and earth laws of Tianhuang mainland, rejecting the eternal human emperor and wanting to destroy this expert of the upper world who had barged in. That was not all there was to the impact of these heaven and earth laws. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others could clearly sense that the aura of the eternal human emperor was decreasing continuously and his cultivation realm seemed to be falling as well. However, they could not see through the cultivation of the eternal human emperor. The human emperor was getting closer to Enigma Palace. Bang! Right then, in front of everyone, the eternal human emperor took a step forward and everything shattered. Ah! The crowd exclaimed. His feet was shattered without any blood or flesh splattering. It had turned into nothingness and was wiped away by the heaven and earth laws. It was as though a layer of dust had been wiped away. The eternal human emperor frowned slightly and looked at his lost foot. He paused for a moment and continued descending. Bang! His other foot shattered into nothingness as well. Hee. Right then, the Hell Witch Emperor suddenly gave a strange laugh and declared, "Human Emperor, O human emperor. The heaven and earth laws are irreversible and can't be challenged by you. If you want to descend upon Tianhuang mainland forcefully, you'll have to pay a high price. Human emperor, let's see if you can arrive at Enigma Palace alive." The Golden Crow Fire Emperor sneered as well and stood up. The human emperor did not say anything and continued walking towards Enigma Palace with a calm gaze, getting closer and closer. Bang! 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 Half of the human emperor's body had already turned into nothingness and vanished from the world completely. Human emperor. When he saw that, the storyteller cried tragically and old tears streamed down his face. "Master, stop." The palace guardian wanted to step forward and stop the human emperor as well. The human emperor shook his head gently and raised his palm, blocking in the direction of the palace guardian. The moment the palm was raised, it was wiped away by the heaven and earth laws once more and vanish. The aura of the human emperor was no longer as terrifying and unstoppable as before. The cultivation realm of the human emperor was also decreasing. However, his footsteps never stopped and continued forward. "Human emperor, please stop. Human emperor, we know your intentions. Please take care of your body and return." Many cultivators had tears in their eyes. Every cultivator felt their hearts wrench as they watched the human emperor's body disappear bit by bit from the world. The human emperor was the belief of all cultivators. Even if the human race was dead, many cultivators were unwilling to see the human emperor die here. The human emperor did not stop and his gaze was resolute. In the end, the human emperor's body vanished completely, leaving only an essence spirit. The aura of the essence spirit decreased rapidly as well. By the time the human emperor's essence spirit descended above Enigma Palace, the human emperor's cultivation realm decreased continuously. From a realm that nobody could sense previously, he was now at the Mahayana realm. Not only that, a crack had already appeared on the human emperor's essence spirit. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly god emperor stood up and released a torrential aura with surging battle intent. The fear in his heart had vanished and there was no longer any doubt. He glared at the essence spirit of the human emperor not far away and shouted, "Human emperor, let's see what you have to fight me with just a shattered essence spirit." Chapter 1645, Burying the Heavenly God Emperor. Chapter 1645, Burying the Heavenly God Emperor. The human emperor looked at the heavenly god emperor and said indifferently, "Seems like too much time has passed and you've already forgotten the lesson of the ancient war. The gaze of the human emperor's essence spirit shifted and landed on Suzimo. "Young friend, can I borrow your true body?" Those words caused an uproar. The living beings of the 10,000 races looked at Suzimo with envious gazes. Even the emperors present turned fervent. What the human emperor meant was that he wanted to make use of Suzimo's green lotus true body to fight the heavenly god emperor. This was an unimaginable opportunity for Suzimo. Among the many experts present, the most suitable body would definitely be the body of the palace guardian. No matter how strong the green lotus true body was, it could not compare to the body of an emperor. It was clear that the human emperor wanted to give Suzimo an opportunity. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat and he blurted without hesitation, "All right." In a flash, the human emperor's essence spirit disappeared from the spot and turned into a streak of light, entering Suzimo's consciousness not far away. In his consciousness, Suzimo's black-haired essence spirit did not resist and handed over complete control of his green lotus true body. "Ha ha." The heavenly god emperor roared in laughter with a fearless expression. "Even if you're an emperor essence spirit, how much combat strength can you release by controlling the body of a Mahayana patriarch? Human emperor, since you're so confident, I'll let you die here today." Before his sentence was finished, the blood chi in his body surged as he wielded his spear and charged towards the human emperor in huge stride. Naturally, the heavenly god emperor was experienced to be able to cultivate to this point. Right now, the weakest link of the human emperor was the green lotus true body. As long as he fought in melee combat and severely injured the green lotus true body, the human emperor would only have a single essence spirit left and would not be able to cause any wave. "God race, I'll take you down first today." The human emperor's tone was cold as he entered the consciousness of the green lotus true body. After experiencing it for a moment, he extended his arm and beckoned in the direction of the palace guardian. Swoosh! The palace guardian's palm loosened and the human emperor's brush transformed into a jade green light that returned to the human emperor's palm instantly. The human emperor channeled his essence spirit and waved the human emperor's brush. Almost in the blink of an eye, 6 blood scars appeared before him. Kill. A blooded kill character appeared in midair, condensed without dissipating and filled with a chilling killing intent. Supreme divine power, killing word art. Earlier on, even when the palace guardian tried his best, he could only complete 5 strokes of the killing word art. But now that the human emperor wielded the green lotus true body, he wrote a blooded kill with a wave of his hand. The world shook continuously. The entire void was sliced into pieces by that single word. Before the heavenly god emperor arrived before the green lotus true body, the supreme divine power of the killing word art had already descended and enveloped him. The heavenly god emperor gasped and his pupils constricted. At that moment, he felt the aura of death, as though he would die the next moment. It was way too scary. When released by the human emperor, that supreme divine power was much stronger than he had imagined. Without hesitation, the storage ring on the heavenly god emperor's finger flashed and a gigantic golden shield appeared before him. Buzz! The heavenly god emperor channeled his divine power and the gigantic golden shield shone with a bedazzling divine light. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the blooded kill character landed on it. Immediately after, the indestructible golden shield was sliced into a pile of scrap metal by the kill character. Poof! The killing word art penetrated the heavenly god emperor's body and sliced his divine body into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere and broken limbs scattered onto the ground. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The heavenly god emperor, whose combat strength was equivalent to comprehending 6 supreme divine powers, could not even withstand a single move against the human emperor. Furthermore, this was despite the fact that the human emperor had lost his physical body and was now at the Mahayana realm, making use of Suzimo's green lotus true body. The heavenly god emperor died just like that. The human emperor is way too terrifying. He's not dead yet. His essence spirit escape. A commotion broke out from the crowd. On the battlefield, the moment the gigantic golden shield shattered, the heavenly god emperor sensed danger and his essence spirit escaped first to survive. Condense. The heavenly god emperor released blood rebirth to reconstruct his divine body. Seal. The human emperor said indifferently. That single word seemed to contain an extremely powerful divine power. The flesh of the heavenly god emperor seemed to be sealed completely and its glow was dim. Its blood chi was weak and could not be condensed. "You're far from being able to challenge me." In a flash, the human emperor charged towards the essence spirit of the heavenly god emperor. "Hell Witch, Golden Crow. What are you guys waiting for?" The heavenly god emperor shrieked in a hurried voice. "The human emperor's cultivation realm has fallen and his body is weak. This is a rare opportunity. Even if you guys don't kill him, the human emperor won't let you guys off." The expressions of the Hell Witch Emperor and the others darkened as they exchanged glances with shimmering gazes. All of them were top-tier emperors who were decisive to kill. In the blink of an eye, they made their decision: kill. They could also tell that the human emperor was at his weakest currently. Although the human emperor's divine power was unparalleled, the Green Lotus true body was the weakest link for him. As long as they could get close to him, they would definitely be able to kill him. When the heavenly god emperor saw the human emperor chasing over, he did not dare to take the latter head-on and fled into the distance hurriedly. At the same time, the heavenly god emperor channeled his essence spirit and released a supreme divine power. Darkness devour. The heavenly god emperor already sounded hysterical by now. There was no way he could escape after being targeted by the human emperor. However, by releasing that supreme divine power, not only could he hide his tracks, he could even delay the human emperor's pursuit. He would be able to escape after the Hell Witch Emperor and the others attacked. A pitch-black power descended and darkness descended, engulfing towards the human emperor as though it could devour everything and destroy all life. In that darkness, there was no light and no direction could be determined. No gaze or spirit consciousness could travel through the darkness. The essence spirit of the heavenly god emperor vanished into the darkness instantly without a trace. Even his aura vanished completely. The human emperor's expression was unchanged as his eyes lit up. Gazing at the incoming darkness ahead, he changed hand seals repeatedly and pointed forward, shouting softly, "Eternal virtues." A ball of light burst forth from the human emperor's fingertip. Initially, it was extremely tiny. However, it intensified and released a bedazzling glow that spread towards the darkness ahead. Against the power of the supreme divine power, the darkness power melted and dissipated instantly like snow meeting a blazing sun. The essence spirit of the heavenly god emperor was exposed once more. The heavenly god emperor had a horrified expression and turned back instinctively. His vision was blinded by a boundless brilliance. The next moment, the essence spirit of the heavenly god emperor was devoured by the light and perished on the spot. No matter how strong his essence spirit was, it could not defend against the power of supreme divine powers. The heavenly god emperor was buried by two supreme divine powers of the human emperor. Chapter 1646, 3 Heads 6 Arms. Chapter 1646, 3 Heads 6 Arms. As
With
for
the death of the heavenly god
black-haired
emperor,
essence spirit,
the 5 top-tier
it was within his
emperors,
consciousness
the Hell
right
Witch,
now,
Golden
watching
Crow
the human
Fire,
emperor
Blood,
release divine
malevolent
powers
wind
one after
Rakshasa,
another,
and black-eye
the
emperors
benefits it
surrounded
received
the human
were
emperor with
unimaginable.
murderous aura.
Of course, human
it was
emperor,
impossible
your
for
body
the Green
was
Lotus
destroyed
true
and
body
your
to
essence
comprehend
spirit was
any
severely
severely
injured
injured
the
the
moment
moment
you
you
descended.
descended.
He had
You
just
won't be
entered
able
the
to linger
Mahayana
on
realm and had
Tianhuang
not
mainland
comprehended
for
much
long.
lesser
The
divine
Hell
powers,
Witch Emperor said
let alone
slowly.
greater divine
The
powers.
Golden
It
Crow
was
Fire
impossible
Emperor
for him
sneered
to
as
comprehend
well.
supreme
Human
divine
Emperor,
powers
your
directly.
essence spirit is injured.
You're already at your limits after releasing
However,
two supreme
after
divine
such an
powers in
experience,
succession,
the comprehension
of the
Green
Green
Lotus
Lotus
true
a
body
strange
on divine
fluctuation
powers
would
would
definitely require
Initially,
less effort.
there were 5
Those
emperors
were
of the
valuable
primordial
experiences
races
surrounding the
Such
human
opportunities
emperor.
were
However,
rare throughout
just
history.
as the both of them
On
were
the
talking to the
battlefield,
human emperor,
the human
someone was
emperor
missing
released
from the
time
battlefield.
stop.
The
Without
malevolent
even turning
wind
back,
Rakshasa
he waved
emperor
the
had
human
vanished.
emperor's brush and
Before
tapped
anyone
towards the
could
glabella
react,
of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor had already arrived behind the human emperor and was inches away
it was
from the
extremely
latter,
sharp and could
instant
penetrate divine
transference.
weapons.
The Chen
Let
Dragon
alone the
Emperor
glabella
narrowed
of
his
the
eyes
malevolent
and
wind
exclaimed
Rakshasa
softly,
emperor.
"What?"
Suddenly,
The
a
dragon
divine
phoenix
power
true
burst
body
forth
asked
from the malevolent
instinctively.
wind Rakshasa
Instant
emperor,
transference
and he
is a
suddenly
supreme
vanished
divine
from the
power
spot.
in terms
When
of
he
speed.
reappeared,
Simply
he was already
put,
in
it's
midair
called
far away,
teleportation.
out of the realm
When
of time
one's
stop.
speed is at its
His
limits,
face was
they
pale
can
with
teleport
fright as
all
he
over the
panted
battlefield.
heavily. Although
the
time
Dragon
had
Emperor
stopped,
explained,
space was not
the human
completely
emperor
sealed.
is in danger.
Just as
The
his
human
life was
emperor's
hanging
Green
by a
Lotus
thread,
true body
he released
was the
another
weakest in melee
teleportation
combat,
and
he
left
was
his
instantly
position.
in a
The
dangerous
human
situation
emperor's
when the
brush
malevolent
missed.
wind
The
Rakshasa
human
Emperor
emperor
shook his head
gently
the
with a look of
malevolent
pity
wind
in his
Rakshasa
eyes.
Emperor
This
wielded
Green
cold,
Lotus true
curved
body
sabers
was
in
too
both
weak
hands
after
and
all.
slashed towards the
Furthermore,
human emperor's
it
head.
was not his own
At the
body,
same time,
and he was not
the
in
Hell
control
Witch,
of it
Golden
perfectly.
Crowfire,
As
Blood,
such,
and Black
his
Eye
attack
Emperors
speed
moved
was
one
much
after
slower.
another and charged
If it was
towards
his
the
body,
human emperor,
the malevolent
wanting to
wind
shorten the
Rakshasa
distance
Emperor
and kill
would
the
have
latter.
died 10
A
times
mocking
over.
look flashed through the
Naturally,
human
time
emperor's
stop
eyes.
could not go on
The moment
indefinitely.
the malevolent wind
That single
Rakshasa
delay
Emperor
caused the
appeared
power
behind
of
him,
time
he
stopped to
channeled his
dissipate.
essence spirit
The
and
four
said
emperors
softly,
regained their
"Time
freedom,
stop," and a wary
Buzz.
look flashed
An
through their
extremely
eyes. They were
powerful
already
divine
hesitant,
power
but
fluctuations
soon
spread out from
the
the
four
void
emperors
and enveloped
composed
the 5
themselves and
emperors.
charged towards the
Instantly,
human emperor
the malevolent
once more.
wind Rakshasa Emperor
The human
froze
emperor
in
reared
midair
his head and
motionlessly.
howled with a
The
bright
two
gaze.
sabers in his hands
He
were
waved
about
his
to
hands
strike the
as
human
though he was
emperor's
summoning
head,
something,
but they could not.
Whoosh!
The Hell
A
Witch,
sharp weapon
Golden
tore through the
Crowfire,
air, and a
Blood,
dark
and
light
Black Eye
descended from
Emperors
afar,
frozen midair as
landing in
well.
the human emperor's
Even their
palm.
expressions
It was
were
a grey
stiff, and they
ancient mirror
maintained
that
their
was
previous
filled with an
actions.
antiquated
Time
aura.
was completely
When it landed
frozen.
in the human
The
emperor's
crowd
palm,
was in an uproar
the ancient
as voices
mirror
rumbled,
suddenly released
almost
a divine
boiling.
light. The eyes
The
of the
human
Dragon
emperor's
Emperor
mirror
revealed a
the
deep
human
fear,
emperor's
as well as
mirror
he said
was
in a low
initially
voice,
in Monk
to
Daming's
think that the
hands.
human emperor would
Now
have
that
even
the human
comprehended
emperor
this
was
supreme
fighting,
divine
he took
power.
it back
Or
momentarily.
WA, boom,
As
boom. The barbarian
Right then,
emperor was
from the
speechless
crack that
as
shone
well.
with a blinding
Time
white
stopped.
light in the firmament.
Although it's not a killing
spot
type
suddenly
supreme
fell.
divine power,
Like a meteor,
its might is
it
way
braved
too
the raging
terrifying.
flames and
Under
crushed
time
down
stop,
with a shocking
you can
might.
kill your
The
opponents
human
with
emperor
ease.
channeled
The
his essence
Dragon
spirit,
Emperor
and his
glanced
body
at the
swayed
Dragon
before
Phoenix true
transforming.
body.
Two
Your
more heads
time
grew
is
on
like
his
a
neck,
saber
and 4 more
utilizes the
arms
power
grew
of
on
time.
both sides of his
It's
body.
the same for
Supreme
time
divine
stop.
power.
The Dragon
3
Phoenix
heads,
true
6
body
arms.
looked at
The
this
Chen
scene
Dragon
in deep
Emperor
thought.
lamented softly.
He comprehended
We're finally
a lesser
witnessing the divine power
body
that brought the
immobilization
human emperor to
technique.
fame.
From the
The barbarian
emperor's
emperor's
eyes
were
were
filled
filled
with
with reverence
Now
as well.
that he saw the supreme
Legend has
divine
it that in
power
the ancient
released
war,
by the human
emperor
the
relied
Dragon
on that
Phoenix
supreme
true
divine
body seemed
power
to have
and
an
wielded
understanding.
3 dharmic treasures
If he
to fight
cultivated
against
the
the
body
emperors of the primordial
immobilization
races,
technique to its
suppressing
limits,
everything
time
and
might
overwhelming
stop.
everything
The
in his
Dragon
path.
Phoenix true
Boom.
body watched
Right
from the
then,
sidelines
the black
and
spot in the
comprehended.
skies fell and was received by a palm of the human emperor. Everyone focused their gazes. It was a pitch-black gigantic seal that shone with a cold metallic luster. Its edges were defined and its aura was terrifying. The human emperor's seal had descended. The 3 great dharmic treasures that the human emperor used in the ancient era to dominate the world had all been gathered. Battle. The human emperor hollered and waved his 3 dharmic treasures with his 3 heads and 6 arms, releasing a powerful divine power to fight against the Hell Witch Emperor, Golden Crowfire Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Black Eye Emperor. When they saw that, the bloodlines of many cultivators seemed to burn. This was an emperor that belonged to the human race. It was as though everyone had returned to the ancient era and were personally witnessing the peerless grandeur of the human emperor. Chapter 1647, Divine Powers Dissolution. Chapter 1647, Divine Powers Dissolution. On the surface, this battle was between the human emperor and the emperors of the primordial races. However, in reality, the human emperor was controlling the Green Lotus true body and releasing his supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms, to fight against the top emperors of the primordial race. Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit was within his consciousness. When he saw that, a mysterious and indescribable feeling surged in his heart. Back when this Green Lotus true body was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he cultivated 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics and fought against many strong foes. It was an extremely similar scene. On the battlefield, the human emperor waved the human emperor's brush. It was sharp and judged life and death. He wielded the human emperor's mirror and defended against all attacks. He activated the human emperor's seal and smashed it towards the Hell Witch, Golden Crowfire, Blood, Black Eye, and Malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperors. The power of the human emperor's seal was way too strong. This gigantic seal was refined by the human emperor during the ancient era and was created from the broken mountains and rivers of the human race. It possessed the fortune of the human race and was a massive weapon of Tianhuang mainland. The barbarian race was the most wary of the human emperor's seal. The barbarian race had an unparalleled physique and was strong physically.
They were invulnerable against weapons, water and fire, and could defend against almost any dharmic treasure. However, even the emperors of the barbarian race could not defend against the power of the human emperor's seal. Race. VE. The full burst of the human emperor's power could even break the tendons and bones of the barbarian race and shatter their bodies. Bang! 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 The human emperor's seal smashed down repeatedly, causing the dharmic treasures of the 5 emperors of the primordial races to fly everywhere in an almost uncontrollable manner. The gigantic seal had defined edges. Even a straightforward smash by it was something the emperors of the primordial races did not dare to take head-on. In the chaos, the Blood Emperor was enveloped by the divine light of the human emperor's mirror and could not break free for a moment. He was nearly rammed to death by the human emperor's seal. The Black Eye Emperor dodged slower and his arm was sliced by a corner of the human emperor's seal, turning his entire arm into a blood mist in a frightening manner. The sharpness of the human emperor's brush was immense. Even though the human emperor merely waved it casually, the tip of the brush produced a sharp edge that penetrated every single pore. The 5 emperors would have their bodies pierced if they were careless. Divine lights burst forth from the human emperor's mirror and blocked the momentum of the emperors of the primordial races. Clang! 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 The human emperor's body spun continuously and his 6 arms danced on the battlefield. The Hell Witch Emperor and the others could not get close at all and were instead flustered by the human emperor's attacks. How can the human emperor release such terrifying combat strength when his essence spirit is shattered? The Hell Witch Emperor was shocked. Everlasting curse. He hollered. The Hell Witch Emperor chanted and conjured hand seals that circled in midair before touching his glabella eventually. Buzz. A shuddering aura spread through the void. Although this divine power did not have any form, even the many living beings that were watching from afar felt shudders. This is a killing supreme divine power of the witch race that targets the essence spirit. The Chen Dragon Emperor suddenly said with a grim expression. There were not many fluctuations on the battlefield when that supreme divine power descended. However, an extremely evil dark green power suddenly appeared in the consciousness of the Green Lotus true body and grew endlessly. Everlasting curse. Once anyone was sucked into it, notwithstanding the fact that they would die, even the descendants of their own bloodlines would be cursed and doomed for all eternity. This was an extremely vicious supreme divine power of the witch race. One would sink into eternal damnation the moment the curse landed. The power of the everlasting curse descended and even the Grade 8 Creation Lotus platform could not defend against it. The light on its body flickered and the glow was completely suppressed. The human emperor sneered fearlessly and hollered softly, "Divine power's dissolution." Suddenly, a divine and tranquil light appeared behind the head of the human emperor's essence spirit and spread in all directions with a rainbow glow. The dark green power of the curse was instantly purged into nothingness when it encountered the divine light. Su Zimo was shocked. He cultivated Buddhism and had heard of many divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries. There were 6 divine powers that were the most famous among the Buddhist monasteries. The Heavenly Eye divine power could cultivate the Heavenly Eye of the Buddhist monasteries. It was only a lesser divine power. However, if one could cultivate the Dharmic Eye of the Buddhist monasteries, that would be a greater divine power. The peak of the Heavenly Eye divine power was the Buddha Eye. This was a supreme divine power. After cultivating the Buddha Eye, a single look from anyone could cause a heinous fiend to lay down his butcher's knife and repent. The so-called lowered gaze of the Bodhisattva referred to the power of the Buddha Eye. The second divine power of the Buddhist monasteries was heavenly feet. Normally, heavenly feet was just a lesser divine power. After cultivating it, one's movement technique would become extremely fast. However, at its peak, it would be a greater divine power that could burrow into heaven and earth, entering and exiting the underworld. The third divine power was heavenly hearing. A single twitch of one's ears could receive the sound of every single living being in a region. The fourth divine power, heart-peering. Although that divine power was only a greater divine power, it was extremely powerful. Simply put, the other party's mind could be read. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, when Su Zimo did not say anything most of the time, Monk Yuan Bei understood his intentions beforehand. That was the effect of this greater divine power. In a fight, one would be able to predict the enemy's movement. The fifth divine power, destiny. That greater divine power could read the fate of living beings. Throughout history, countless experts cultivated the first 5 divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries. However, there were few who could cultivate the 6th divine power. Throughout history, the ancient Buddha emperor was the only one who cultivated it successfully. The 6th divine power of the Buddhist monasteries was divine power's dissolution. At greater mastery of that divine power, it could break through obsession and transcend reincarnation. It possessed supreme wisdom and cultivated an endless Buddhist light, causing the power of the essence spirit to increase tremendously. Right now, in Suzimo's consciousness, the human emperor's essence spirit released divine power's dissolution, and a divine, flawless Buddhist light spread to dispel the curse. The Buddhist light shone on the creation lotus platform, and every single lotus leaf shone with a crystalline luster. This power was an unimaginable tonic for the creation lotus platform. The Buddhist light was endless, and even if the creation lotus platform absorbed a little, it would increase its growth speed significantly. The expression of the Hell Witch Emperor changed slightly as he grunted. A fight between essence spirits was the most dangerous. The moment everlasting curse was dispelled, the essence spirit of the Hell Witch Emperor received a huge blow as well. Of course, his essence spirit was condensed, and that impact was not enough to hurt his foundation. Right then, the divine light of divine power's dissolution spilled out from the glabella of the green lotus true body and landed on the human emperor's mirror. The human emperor sneered and turned the human emperor's mirror towards the Hell Witch Emperor. The divine Buddhist light shone through the human emperor's mirror and turned incomparably condensed, forming a beam of light that shone on the Hell Witch Emperor instantly. The Hell Witch Emperor shrieked and smoke billowed from his dark green robes, as though his body was burning and rotting. The damage caused by the Buddhist light was way too great. Swoosh. The Hell Witch Emperor transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance without lingering in Enigma Palace. The human emperor wanted to chase after and kill the Hell Witch Emperor completely. However, the supreme divine powers of the other 4 emperors had already descended. Chapter 1648, Slaying Another Emperor. Chapter 1648, Slaying Another Emperor. Petrification Eye. The Black Eye Emperor released his innate divine power, and the heavenly eye on his glabella opened. A strange noble power enveloped the human emperor instantly. The flesh of the green lotus true body suddenly turned extremely stiff, and his blood could not circulate. His skin turned coarse like a rock. In the blink of an eye, the human emperor was frozen on the spot and turned into a human-shaped stone with 3 heads and 6 arms, motionless. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the green lotus true body stole the creation of heaven and earth, it had just entered grade 8 after all. Furthermore, Suzimo had just advanced to the Mahayana realm and had only comprehended a few lesser divine powers. He had yet to comprehend any supreme divine powers and had not even come into contact with greater divine powers. The green lotus true body had not experienced the baptism of greater and supreme divine powers. The difference in strength and bloodline was way too great. The reason why the human emperor was frozen by the petrification eye was not because the human emperor was not strong enough. It was because the green lotus true body was far from a match for the strongest emperors of the primordial races. At the same time, the golden crow fire, blood and malevolent wind Rakshasa emperors attacked at the same time and released their supreme divine powers. Phantom Slash. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor wielded 2 sabers and transformed into a dark streak of light. He burst forth with extreme speed, and his body was filled with a powerful divine power as he charged towards the human emperor. Swoosh. Dozens of figures of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor appeared around the human emperor, and it was difficult to differentiate between reality and illusion. All of those figures charged towards the human emperor. Of the dozens of figures, only one of them was the true body of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. However, a wrong judgment would result in death. On the other side, the Blood Emperor transformed into his true form and took root on the ground, waving 1,000 thick blood vines and spitting out endless blood. Supreme divine power, endless blood sea. The Blood Emperor channeled his essence spirit and used his essence blood as a medium to shroud the entire world in blood. In the void, an endless blood sea was formed and devoured towards the human emperor. The Blood Emperor had already vanished completely and was hidden within the endless blood sea. When that supreme divine power was released, even if the opponent wanted to retaliate, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of the Blood Emperor. Incinerating firmament, boiling sea. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor hollered and waved his hands in front of him, forming a gigantic fireball. The fireball emitted an extremely terrifying temperature that could even incinerate the 9 heavens and boil the ocean, burning all living beings to ashes. Incinerating firmament, boiling sea. The Chen Dragon Emperor had a grim expression. That is a powerful divine power that can only be condensed after comprehending the fire dharmic formulations to their limit. The petrification I froze the human emperor and 3 supreme divine powers descended. In the consciousness of the Green Lotus true body, Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit looked at the human emperor's essence spirit not far away. Even in such a dangerous situation, there was no hint of panic or fear on the face of the human emperor's essence spirit, it was merely calm. Shatter. The human emperor channeled his essence spirit and another extremely terrifying divine power burst forth from his body, breaking through the petrified state instantly. Countless debris fell from his body and dust billowed. Phantom slash. The human emperor's expression was mocking and his gaze was deep like lightning. Suddenly, he released his grip and the human emperor's mirror spun, emitting a divine light that landed on the figure of a malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. For everyone present, the dozens of afterimages of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor were so fast that they could not be differentiated from reality. Even the Chen Dragon Emperor and the others would have a headache dealing with the killing power of that supreme divine power. Even though the Dragon Phoenix true body had his powerful spirit perception and was watching by the sidelines, he had no clue what was happening either. However, with a single glance, the human emperor discovered the true body of the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. The moment the human emperor's mirror released its divine light, the human emperor's brush turned into a streak of light and pierced towards the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. How strong! When he was enveloped by the light of the human emperor's mirror, the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor shuddered and exclaimed internally. The human emperor's brush was already piercing over. He did not have time to think and released the supreme divine power of teleportation right away, wanting to leave the spot. However, the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor's expression changed starkly. It was useless. This time round, the human emperor did not release time stop. The divine light released by the human emperor's mirror was a spatial seal. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor lamented internally. In a fight of this level, a single mistake in judgment could result in death. He did not have time to think as he flapped his massive meat wings. Circulating his blood chi, his speed reached its limits as he fled into the distance and tried his best to avoid the sharpness of the human emperor's brush. The human emperor's mirror merely sealed a space, preventing the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor from teleporting within. However, he could make use of the speed of the Rakshasa race to escape from this place. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor believed that given his speed, even the human emperor's brush won't be able to catch up to him. This time round, he had the intention to retreat. With the human emperor here, their plan could not succeed. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor believed that the human emperor wouldn't be able to linger in Tianhuang mainland for long after his descent, which broke the heaven and earth laws. He could choose to avoid the human emperor's edge now and make a comeback after the latter left. However, the moment he was delayed, the human emperor seized the opportunity. When the human emperor's brush arrived before him, the 3,000 silver threads on its tip suddenly spread and expanded dozens of feet. As though they were sentient, they enveloped the malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor. The malevolent wind Rakshasa emperor was completely unprepared for this change. Almost instantly, he was entangled by the 3,000 silver thread. The 3,000 silver threads formed the tip of the human emperor's brush. Every single silver thread was extremely sharp and could even compare to divine weapons. They coiled around the malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor and tore through his flesh instantly. The malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor was drenched in blood. Most importantly, his wings were completely trapped in silver threads and he could not break free. Suddenly, the malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor only felt a dark shadow shroud over him. Before he could react, the human emperor's seal had already smashed onto his body heavily. Blood splattered everywhere. The living beings of the 10,000 races winced. The barbarian emperor was even more shocked. Even his body could not defend against the power of the human emperor's seal, let alone the malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor. Right in front of everyone, the malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor was smashed into a meat sludge by the human emperor's seal. There was no intact bone left. Dead. The Chen Dragon Emperor murmured softly. The malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor's essence spirit failed to escape? The Dragon Phoenix true body asked hurriedly. The Chen Dragon Emperor shook his head. He was restricted by the 3,000 silver threads of the human emperor's brush. Even if his essence spirit broke free, it won't be able to escape the cutting edge of the 3,000 silver threads. Furthermore, his essence spirit was crushed to death by the human emperor's seal before it could even leave his body. The Kuan Empress had a conflicted expression as she said softly, as expected of the eternal human emperor. He did not even have to release his divine powers. Just with his 3 emperor weapons, he killed a top emperor. A look of admiration flashed through the eyes of the Kuan Empress. Even she was impressed by such an expert and invincible grandeur. Chapter 1649, Parameter Bridge. Chapter 1649, Parameter Bridge. After the human emperor killed the malevolent wind Rakshasa Emperor, his 3 emperor weapons were no longer by his side. At that moment, the Blood Emperor's supreme divine power descended and the endless blood sea surged, engulfing the 3 emperor weapons. The human emperor could no longer sense the auras of the 3 emperor weapons. Let's see what else you have after losing your 3 emperor weapons. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor's aura was torrential as he hollered and threw the gigantic fireball in his hands towards the human emperor. At the same time, the Golden Crow Fire Emperor transformed into his true form and roared into the skies. He transformed into a golden streak of flames and lunged towards the human emperor. On the other side, the endless blood sea was already surging over. Incinerating firmament boiling sea? I can do that too. The human emperor had a calm expression as he said slowly, "Let me show you the true incinerating firmament boiling sea." Before his sentence was finished, the human emperor spread his arms and channeled his essence spirit. An extremely terrifying and scorching aura burst forth from his body as the power of divine powers spread. Swoosh! Suddenly, a large scarlet flame ignited around the human emperor and spread continuously, forming an endless sea of flames instantly. It was also a supreme divine power. However, the power of the human emperor's incinerating firmament boiling sea was much stronger than the Golden Crow Fire Emperor's. The gigantic fireball conjured by the Golden Crow Fire Emperor fell into the sea of flames and was devoured before long, blazing like an inferno. The sea of flames descended within the endless blood sea. Broop, broop. In the blink of an eye, the endless blood sea boiled. When the human emperor released that supreme divine power, what he boiled was not an ordinary ocean, but the endless blood sea released by the Blood Emperor. The firmaments were burned red. The blood sea was boiling as well. To be precise, not only was the blood sea boiling, it was also evaporating rapidly as blood chi spread into the skies. A warm, grisly blood rain poured down from the skies. Before the Golden Crow Fire Emperor even arrived before the human emperor, he shrieked with endless fear in his voice. He was initially a living being of the primordial 9 races that specialized in flames. However, at that moment, he was injured by the human emperor's incinerating firmament boiling sea. The feathers on his body were charred black. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor fled wildly into the distance. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The flames released by the human emperor almost burned his organs to ashes. Even his essence spirit was burned. The Golden Crow Fire Emperor was no longer as high-spirited as before. He flapped his wings like a charred vulture and fled into the distance in an extremely wretched manner. The human emperor frowned slightly. Even if the Golden Crow Fire Emperor was severely injured, his movement technique was way too fast. Right now, he was borrowing the Green Lotus true body. Even if he could catch up, it would take him a long time. However, he could not hold on for that long. By now, he could already feel exhaustion. At that thought, the human emperor gave up on chasing after the Golden Crow Fire Emperor and channeled the power of incinerating firmament boiling sea into the endless blood sea, burning it wildly. With just a few breaths, the endless blood sea dried up and evaporated. Lan. This time round, not only did the human emperor's 3 emperor weapons reappear, even the blood emperor's body was completely exposed with nowhere to run. The blood emperor had a terrified expression and could not care less about his dignity as he begged for mercy hurriedly. Human emperor, please spare me. I was wrong. Please spare me, human emperor. The human emperor sneered and the sea of flames descended, engulfing the blood emperor instantly. Ah! 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 Thousands of thick blood vines struggled in the sea of flames as the blood emperor let out a tragic cry. The blood vine race feared fire the most. Furthermore, this was a supreme divine power released by the human emperor. Even the Golden Crow Fire Emperor who controlled flames and cultivated the sun essence fire was almost burned to death, let alone the blood emperor who had an even lower combat strength. In a few breaths, the blood emperor's tragic cries vanished. The only sound left in the sea of flames was the crackling of the blood vines. Although the blood vine race was one of the primordial races, in the flames, they were no different from other flora as he gradually turned into ashes. Many blood vines were already scared out of their wits when they saw that. Right from the beginning, many experts of the primordial races had already knelt on the ground and did not dare to act rashly. When they saw that, the primordial races were even more scared out of their wit. It had merely been a brief moment after the human emperor's descent. However, the Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor already fled with severe injuries while the Heavenly God Emperor, Blood Emperor and Malevolent Wind Rakshasa Emperor were dead. Sensing that the situation was bad, the Black Eye Emperor wanted to escape as well. Unfortunately, his movement technique was much inferior to the Golden Crow Fire Emperor. Waving his sleeves, the human emperor's 3 emperor weapons tore through the air. The human emperor's mirror hovered in midair and released a divine light that enveloped the Black Eye Emperor. The Black Eye Emperor grunted and felt as though he had fallen into a swamp and it was difficult for him to move. On the other side, the human emperor's seal charged towards the Black Eye Emperor with an aggressive aura. The human emperor's brush transformed into a streak of light as well and shot over. Human emperor, you're the one who forced me to fight you to the death. The Black Eye Emperor roared and the heavenly eye on his glabella opened once more. This time round, the heavenly eye of the Black Eye Emperor turned into complete darkness. At the same time, the white in the eyes of the Black Eye Emperor vanished as well, turning into darkness. He had 3 black eyes. The supreme divine power released by the Black Eye Emperor was way too terrifying and his eyes exploded, revealing a pair of pitch-black holes. Even the heavenly eye of the Black Eye Emperor could not withstand it and a grisly stream of blood flowed out. Bang! The 3 eyes burst forth with an extremely terrifying black light that converged to a single spot, forming a gigantic beam of light that charged towards the human emperor. An aura that threatened to destroy everything spread. The living beings of the 10,000 races looked at the black beam of light and felt their hearts tremble. When the human emperor's brush struck the black beam of light, it was swiped away instantly. The black beam of light did not pause at all and struck the incoming human emperor's seal. With a bang, it sent this massive weapon of Tianhuang mainland, the human emperor's seal, flying. Even the human emperor's seal could not defend against the black beam of light. That's the apocalyptic eye. The Chen Dragon Emperor said sternly, to think that even the Black Eye Emperor managed to cultivate that supreme divine power. The fact that it was called the apocalyptic eye was proof of the might of that supreme divine power. You're not worthy of fighting me to the death. The human emperor said indifferently with a calm expression. Before his sentence was finished, he waved his sleeves and a long bridge tore through the air, extending from beneath his feet towards the black beam of light. The bridge was filled with mysterious runes that seemed to confirm the human emperor's Tao and Dharmic arts that led to the end. The supreme divine power, parameter bridge. Boom. The parameter bridge collided with the black beam of light with a loud bang. After a brief pause, the black beam of light began to collapse and shatter. At the same time, cracks appeared on the Black Eye Emperor's body as blood gushed out from his mouth. Chapter 1650 Imperfections of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 1650 Imperfections of Heaven and Earth. There were many mysterious runes laid on the surface of the parameter bridge, and they contained the Tao and Dharmic arts of the human emperor. It was not something that the Black Eye Emperor could defend against. While the apocalyptic eye was strong, it was mowed down by the might of the parameter bridge. The parameter bridge was filled with a blinding golden light as it broke through the black beam of light from the apocalyptic eye and struck the Black Eye Emperor. Bang! The body of the Black Eye Emperor was shattered by the parameter bridge. His essence spirit could not escape either and was killed on the spot by the golden lights released by the parameter bridge. The entire Enigma Palace fell into a long silence. The battle had come to an end. The emperors of the primordial 6 races arrived at Enigma Palace domineeringly. Initially, they wanted to suppress the human race and reign over Tianhuang mainland once more. However, 4 of them were killed by the human emperor. The remaining Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor escaped with severe injuries as well. Of course, the primordial 6 races had more than 1 emperor each. However, this was an unimaginable injury for them. The living beings of the 10,000 races looked at the human emperor on the battlefield with deep reverence in their eyes. This person was way too terrifying. In the ancient era, the human emperor appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the primordial races, turning the tides. In this generation, the human emperor broke through the heaven and earth laws and descended from the upper world. Under the circumstances where his physical body was destroyed, essence spirit was injured and cultivation realm was decreased, he managed to suppress the emperors of the primordial race. All living beings of the 10,000 races were in reverence. The Chen Dragon Emperor walked out slowly and bowed deeply in the direction of the human emperor with a pleased expression. I no longer have any regrets in my life now that I'm able to witness the grandeur of the human emperor before my death. Although the Chen Dragon Emperor had lived for almost 400,000 years, he was only a junior in front of the eternal human emperor. The Barbarian Emperor and Kuan Empress hurried forward and kowtowed as well. There's no need for formalities. The human emperor nodded slightly as a form of greeting to the 3 emperors of the primordial races. Both the Barbarian Emperor and Kuan Empress felt relieved and lingering fear. Thankfully, they did not join forces with the primordial 6 races or attack the human race. Otherwise, their essence spirits would have been destroyed and they would have died just like the Blood Emperor and the others. Senior Human Emperor. The storyteller's hair was white as he looked at the human emperor with warm tears in his eyes. The secret skill he released sacrificed his lifespan while the human emperor would endure an extremely terrifying punishment upon his descent to the lower world. However, the human emperor descended upon Tianhuang mainland without hesitation. Even after countless years, the human emperor had not forgotten about the masses of Tianhuang mainland. The storyteller's eyes revealed a deep guilt. He released that secret skill and summoned the human emperor. However, the human emperor paid a high price for it and nobody knew how much that would affect the latter. I'm fine, you don't have to feel guilty. As though he could read the storyteller's mind, the human emperor smiled. Additionally, Ling Long is fine as well. She knows that you guys protected Tianhuang mainland and is relieved that the foundational teachings of Enigma Palace are not forgotten. Ancestor Ling Long. At the mention of Fairy Ling Long, the storyteller and the other cultivators of Enigma Palace were even more emotional and could not help but call out. As Senior Human Emperor, we know that we were in the wrong. As Senior, please forgive us. Senior Human Emperor, please spare us. At that moment, the clan leaders of the primordial races knelt on the ground and prostrated not far away. In fact, they did not even dare to meet the human emperor's gaze as they said with trembling voices, The human emperor glanced at them indifferently and asked, "Does the human race have the right to negotiate with the primordial races now?" "We wouldn't dare." When they heard that, the clan leaders of the primordial races were even more drenched in sweat and their faces were almost stuck to the ground. "Let the 10,000 race meet continue. It's time for me to leave," the human emperor said. Senior human emperor. Many cultivators called out with deep reluctance in their eyes. It was not because the human emperor did not want to stay, he no longer had much strength left. The human emperor only managed to descend upon Tianhuang mainland by breaking through the heaven and earth laws of the upper and lower worlds. He had to pay a huge price for that process. "I've known you for a long time." Right then, the human emperor said softly. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In the consciousness of the green lotus true body, the human emperor's essence spirit turned around and said to Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit who was not far away. Nobody outside heard that. This was a private conversation between the human emperor and Su Zimo. "I've known you from the moment you entered the human emperor's palace." The human emperor smiled gently. "Ling Long has a secret skill that can establish a connection with Yu Hua." "Oh, Yu Hua is the palace guardian." Ling Long was also the reason why the pure maiden of the fiend sects was able to enter the human emperor's palace. "I know everything about you. You have the guts to establish the martial Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Even I can't compare to you, well done." If anyone outside heard that, they would be shocked. Who in this world could make the human emperor personally say that he was inferior? "That's overstating things, senior." Su Zimo replied hurriedly, "I'm still far from your unparalleled contribution to the human race. On this mainland, the future of the human race's fate will depend on you," the human emperor said in a deep voice. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. The human emperor said, "Don't worry, after today, there should be a period of peace in Tianhuang mainland. The two emperors of the Witch and Golden Crow races were injured by me. It will take them at least 1,000 years to recover. You have to grow as quickly as possible in that 1,000 years." Su Zimo nodded. "Don't worry, senior human emperor. The identity of the god race as outsiders has been exposed and they'll be isolated by the entire Tianhuang mainland. As for the remaining 5 primordial races, 3 top emperors are dead and 2 of them are severely injured. I reckon that even if the Hell Witch Emperor and the Golden Crow Fire Emperor recover completely, they won't dare to attack humans anymore." The arrival of the human emperor had scared the primordial races completely. Furthermore, there was still the Chen Dragon Emperor of the dragon race guarding them. Now that the Hell Witch Emperor and Golden Crow Fire Emperor were severely injured, the Chen Dragon Emperor was the strongest emperor in Tianhuang mainland. Even though the Chen Dragon Emperor's lifespan was almost up, he still had 10,000 years left. "I hope so." The human emperor nodded and frowned again. The latent dangers detected in the Middle Continent, Thousand Demon Valley and East Sea flashed through his mind and he wanted to speak but hesitated. Suddenly, he thought of something else that was even more important. "Right, there's something else I have to remind you. By forcefully descending upon Tianhuang mainland, it's equivalent to me breaking through the world of Tianhuang mainland. Given my current strength, I'm unable to repair this broken world surface. As time passes, the heaven and earth laws of Tianhuang mainland will definitely become unstable. There will be imperfections in heaven and earth and the laws will be in chaos." Su Zimo was confused and asked, "What will happen when there are imperfections in heaven and earth and the laws in chaos?" "I'm not sure how much of an impact it will have on Tianhuang mainland." The human emperor said, "However, you have to be careful about this matter. If I can descend to the lower world today, experts of the primordial races in the upper world might be able to as well." "Ah." When he heard that, Su Zimo's expression changed. Chapter 1651, 3000 Worlds. Chapter 1651, 3000 Worlds. The human emperor said, "In the ancient era, the human race merely ousted the primordial 9 races and restricted them to a corner without exterminating them completely. On the one hand, it was because the human race had a tragic victory and needed to recuperate. The foundation of the primordial 9 races is unimaginable, and it wouldn't have been beneficial for the human race even if we continued fighting. Su Zimo nodded. Both parties suffered immense losses in the ancient war. If they were to truly fight to the death, there was a high chance that the human race would not be the master of Tianhuang mainland at that time, and it was hard to predict what sort of situation Tianhuang mainland would be in. On the other hand, I was also worried about the experts of the upper world descending. The human emperor continued, if the primordial races are truly forced into a corner, it's not impossible for them to summon experts of the upper world either. Su Zimo said in a low voice, although that's the case, experts of the upper world would have to pay an extremely high price for descending. Not everyone can come down. Not everyone can descend into the lower worlds to save the masses without reservations like you, senior. Countless years had passed since the human emperor ascended to the upper world. To be fair, the human emperor no longer had anything to do with the human race of Tianhuang mainland. In the eyes of the emperors, all living beings in the world were merely ants, let alone the experts of the upper world. However, the human emperor chose to descend even if he had to pay a huge price. Under normal circumstances, there will indeed be a situation like mine when experts of the upper world descend. They will be ostracized by the heaven and earth laws, and their bodies will be destroyed. Their cultivation realms will fall, and they will experience many serious injuries. The human emperor said, however, after a long time, when there are imperfections in heaven and earth and the laws are in chaos, these situations might either intensify or... Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the human emperor did not continue, Su Zimo had already guessed the terrifying outcome. There was another possibility: the chaotic heaven and earth laws of Tianhuang mainland would not reject experts of the upper world. This meant that if experts of the upper world were to descend, they might be able to do so without suffering any injuries or drop in cultivation. For Tianhuang mainland, that would be catastrophic. The living beings of the lower worlds were only protected because of the existence of the heaven and earth laws. If there were imperfections in heaven and earth and the laws were in chaos, once experts of the upper world were to descend, all living beings, the primordial races and emperors included, would be nothing but fish on a chopping block. At the mention of that, the human emperor sighed gently as well. He had no choice. He could only choose to descend upon Tianhuang mainland so that he could fight for time for the human race. Su Zimo said, Senior, you've said it yourself, that's only the worst-case scenario. After all, even you aren't certain of the impact if there are imperfections in heaven and earth and the laws are in chaos. Yes. The human emperor nodded and smiled bitterly. My strength is still insufficient. If I was a truly top-tier expert of the upper world, I would be able to ignore the heaven and earth laws and travel between the upper and lower worlds freely. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as a blood-colored figure flashed through his mind. That was a woman that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Dai Yu. At the thought of Dai Yu, Su Zimo could not help but feel his heart pounding faster, even his blood was boiling. Dai Yu had been to Tianhuang mainland as well. However, be it Dai Yu's descent or departure, they did not cause much of a stir, nor did they affect Tianhuang mainland, much less destroy the heaven and earth laws. In that case, wouldn't it mean that Dai Yu was even more capable than the human emperor? What's wrong? Sensing Su Zimo's abnormality, the human emperor asked with a smile. Coughing gently, Su Zimo probed, Senior, you were invincible in Tianhuang mainland and suppressed the 10,000 races. Given your talent, wouldn't you still be a part of the top-tier experts of the upper world after your ascension? He did not ask directly about Dai Yu. His emotions were extremely complicated. He was filled with anticipation but also fear. He was afraid that his reckless question would lead to nothing and his hopes would be dashed. When he heard that, the human emperor chuckled. Everyone who can ascend to the upper world are all monster incarnates who once dominated over a world. The human emperor shook his head gently. Furthermore, the upper world is extremely vast, with 1,000 vast worlds, countless paragons, and monster incarnate. Compared to the upper world, Tianhuang mainland is as insignificant as a speck of dust and isn't worth mentioning. The difference between me and the top experts of the upper world is still extremely great. 1,000 vast worlds. Su Zimo had a lost expression and replied instinctively. The human emperor smiled gently and explained, "This is something that can only be encountered after ascending to the upper world. However, there's no harm in telling you now. Legend has it that there is a trichiliocosm in this universe with distinct levels. At the bottom, there are 1 billion minor chiliocosms. Like a river of sand, they can't be calculated, and Tianhuang mainland is merely one of them." Ah! Su Zimo's eyes widened and he was shocked. The human emperor's words had a huge impact on Su Zimo. Initially, when he heard about God's mainland in Tianhuang mainland, he guessed that there would be many other worlds like Tianhuang mainland and God's mainland. However, he had not expected that there would be 1 billion of such world. Tianhuang mainland was only one of the minor chiliocosms. Even when compared to the lower worlds, Tianhuang mainland was nothing. It was even more insignificant when compared to the entire universe. At that moment, Su Zimo felt that he was incomparably minuscule. Tianhuang mainland was like a well. He was in the well and could only see the sky that was the size of a palm. However, he did not know that there was a boundless firmament and vast world outside the well. The human emperor waited for Su Zimo's mind to calm down before saying, "Your comprehension of Buddhism is very deep. You should have heard of a Buddhist saying, 'a world in a sand.' Actually, that sentence is describing the 1 billion minor chiliocosms that are like the river of sand." Su Zimo was enlightened. To think that there would be such a meaning behind a world in a sand. The Buddhist sutras had long described those secrets for future generations to comprehend. However, if the human emperor had not described it, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine that he was in such a vast world. If there were 1 billion minor chiliocosms like Tianhuang mainland, it would be as the human emperor had said, there would truly be many paragons and monster incarnates in the upper world. If there are 1 billion minor chiliocosms in the lower worlds, what about the upper world? Su Zimo asked again. The so-called upper world is actually made up of 1,000 medium chiliocosms. Every single medium chiliocosm is countless times larger than Tianhuang mainland. The human emperor said, for example, the god and witch realms are both part of the upper world. Pausing for a moment, the human emperor hesitated slightly. Legend has it that there's a boundless world above the upper world called the major chiliocosm. Of course, I'm not sure about that either. It's just a legend. However, no matter what, there are 1 billion minor chiliocosms, 1,000 medium chiliocosms and a major chiliocosm. Together, they form the trichiliocosm. Su Zimo had read about the trichiliocosm in the Buddhist sutras before. Initially, he thought that the trichiliocosm meant that when worlds like Tianhuang mainland and God's mainland were added together, there were 3,000 of them. However, he had not expected that the true meaning of the trichiliocosm referred to the minor, medium and major chiliocosms. Chapter 1652 Origin of the Great Wilderness. Chapter 1652 Origin of the Great Wilderness. After saying that, the human emperor looked up at the firmaments and sighed. "I've got to return. There are still many people on the other side that I have to protect." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked hurriedly, "Senior, have you heard of the Great Wilderness?" Great Wilderness? The human emperor was slightly stunned before nodding. The Great Wilderness is one of the upper worlds where ferocious demon beasts roam and are extremely strong. It's considered as one of the strongest medium chiliocosms in the upper world. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had finally obtained definite news. The Great Wilderness was one of the medium chiliocosms. As long as he could ascend to the upper world successfully, he would have a chance to meet Dai Yu. Although Su Zimo was still a distance away from Dai Yu, the two of them were getting closer. Just as he was about to leave, Su Zimo took a deep breath and finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. "Senior Human Emperor, do you know Dai Yu?" "Dai Yu?" The human emperor pondered and shook his head. Su Zimo sighed internally and a look of disappointment flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly understood. The upper world was way too huge. It was formed by 1,000 medium kiliocosms, and every single medium kiliocosm could accommodate countless Tianhuang mainlands. Since the human emperor was not in the Great Wilderness, it was only natural that he had not heard of Dai Yu. No matter what, this time round, Su Zimo found out about the origin of the Great Wilderness. That gave him endless motivation. Tossing out his palm, the human emperor returned the human emperor's brush to the palace guardian and nodded slightly. Yu Hua, well done. It's been hard on you to guard the human emperor's palace all these years as well. The matter of Tianhuang mainland has come to an end for the time being. It's time for you to undergo the tribulation transcendence. If you drag on for a little more time and your blood chi deteriorates, the chances of you surviving the tribulation transcendence will be greatly reduced. Thank you, Master. The palace guardian received the human emperor's brush and bowed respectfully. Is there any candidate for the next palace guardian? The human emperor asked. He knew very well that there was another important reason why Yu Hua did not undergo the tribulation transcendence. He had not found a suitable successor for the human emperor's palace. Not yet. The palace guardian sighed and shook his head gently. The successor of the human emperor's palace did not only require extraordinary talent and terrifying combat strength. More than that, he needed a strong mental state. Throughout history, there have been many powerful emperors. However, if most of them were like the emperors in this generation who only cared about their own cultivation and ignored the safety of the human race, they would not be worthy of being the successor of the human emperor's palace. In title, this was just the successor of the palace guardian of the human emperor's palace. However, in reality, this would also be the successor meant to protect Tianhuang mainland and the human race. I'll recommend someone to you. The human emperor shifted his gaze towards the storyteller not far away. It was an honor to be acknowledged by the human emperor. A rosy glow appeared on the storyteller's face as he suddenly straightened his body. His essence, chi, and spirit seemed to have reached their peak. All the experts present sighed gently. All of them could tell that the storyteller was in his final moments of lucidity prior to his death. Before long, the storyteller would die here. The palace guardian said, indeed, with his temperament, he can inherit the human emperor's palace. However, he only comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. His combat strength is insufficient. Most importantly, he doesn't have much lifespan left. The palace guardian gave a look of pity. The storyteller paid an extremely tragic price for summoning the human emperor forcefully this time round and expended all his lifespan. Thank you for your high regards, senior human emperor. The storyteller smiled. However, I feel that I don't have much time left and truly don't have the strength to inherit the human emperor's palace. Now that I have received your acknowledgement, I can die without regrets. Master. Lin Xuanji arrived before the storyteller and knelt down. Initially, it was a joyous matter that the human race was out of danger. However, Lin Xuanji could not bring himself to be happy at the moment. From the day he acknowledged his master, he had been fooling around with the storyteller. There had never been any etiquette or hierarchy in front of the storyteller. If it was any other stiff and traditional cultivator, they would have disowned Lin Xuanji as their disciple a long time ago. However, the storyteller did not take it to heart. Lin Xuanji had never expressed such emotions in front of the storyteller. However, at that moment, he knelt in front of the storyteller with tears streaming down his sleeves. There's no need for that. The human emperor smiled gently. Ling Long knew that you would exhaust your lifespan by releasing that secret skill. When I descended, she gave me an elixir. As he said that, he beckoned to the shimmering crack in the firmaments. It was only then that everyone noticed a small jade-green bottle floating in the firmaments. This was something that fell when the human emperor's body was shattered. However, that scene was way too shocking and nobody noticed the existence of the small bottle. The small medicine bottle was already filled with cracks. It must have endured an immense impact traveling down from the upper world. Thankfully, this small medicine bottle is safe. The human emperor took out the elixir from the bottle and flicked his finger, sending it before the storyteller. He nodded slightly. Eat this elixir pill. This elixir pill was refined by Ling Long using immortal herbs of the upper world. It's an immortal pill that can increase one's lifespan, the human emperor explained. Ah! The storyteller's heart skipped a beat. In Tianhuang mainland, once a cultivator was at the emperor realm, any elixir pill that could increase one's lifespan no longer had any effect on them. To think that the human emperor would descend with an immortal pill refined by fairy Ling Long personally. The human emperor replied, "Of course, this immortal pill doesn't add much lifespan either. It's fine, it's fine." The storyteller was excited and received the immortal elixir hurriedly, swallowing it in a single mouthful. For those who were about to die, no matter how little their lifespans were extended, they could at least survive. Furthermore, there was hope as long as he survived. At the very least, the storyteller could choose to attempt the tribulation transcendence and take the risk. After a brief pause, the human emperor continued, "Of course, it's only enough to extend your lifespan by tens of thousands years." The storyteller was stunned. Pest! Gasps could be heard from the crowd as well. A lifespan extension tens of thousands of years. This meant that the storyteller would recover to his peak after consuming this elixir pill. Senior human emperor Shaw is bold in his word. Little Fatty muttered softly at the side. Shi Jian let out a look of admiration. As expected of the eternal human emperor, an increase in lifespan by tens of thousands of years is nothing in his eyes. The moment the immortal pill entered the storyteller's stomach, a terrifying life force burst forth and swept through his body, bloodline, organs, and essence spirit rapidly. The storyteller's white hair fell off and his black hair regrew at a visible speed. The wrinkles on his face vanished and his beard was gone. He looked absolutely hale and hearty. Lin Xuanji was stunned and his eyes were filled with tears, completely dumbfounded. What was going on? The old man had regained his youth in the blink of an eye and even looked younger than him. He had cried for nothing. "Good disciple, hurry and get up." The storyteller looked at Lin Xuanji and said with a smile, his eyes filled with mockery, "Fuck." With a whoosh, Lin Xuanji leaped up from the ground and turned to leave. Without even wiping away the tears on his face, he grit his teeth. "Old man, you have no morals at all. How dare you mock me?" You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,